Welcome, welcome, welcome to a very special edition of the Three Down Nation podcast live on YouTube. I'm JC Abbott, joined here by Ben Grant, here to break down all 8 rounds, all 72 picks of the 2025 CFL Draft. Ben, this day, it's like Christmas for me. I know it's similar for you. Take us through your excitement for this process and what we can expect from this draft class today.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the draft. Obviously, it's been a long road, and I think that's why one of the reasons why it's so exciting for us because we start this, it's a months long process, and it goes back to the fall season and watching U Sports and NCAA, and then ends up with us in Regina watching the combine and seeing what we can get out of that. We make our notes, we make our grades, and months go by, and finally here we are at draft night. But there's another element too where we get to kind of share in the excitement that all of these families around Canada, they're sitting around, huddling around their screens tonight and watching and waiting by their phones to hear if their family member or maybe themselves is getting a call from a CFL team and they're going to be a professional athlete drafted in the CFL draft. To be a part of all that energy and excitement is pretty cool.
It's a day when dreams are realized for these kids, and we like to give the focus to them. I know there are other draft shows out there that do wonderful content as well, but we break it down pick by pick, which I think is what makes our process special and unique. It takes hundreds of hours of research, as you mentioned, Ben, spread out over months. I go down to Texas to the College Gridiron Showcase to see these guys. We met up in Regina to watch them at the Combine, in addition to all the tape work, all the interviews, all the talking to team sources to get a sense of where each of these guys might fall. And there's going to be some we like more than others. There's going to be some picks that maybe we question, but ultimately these are elite level athletes that are going to have the opportunity to help impact the CFL teams that pick them.
And that's the thing that we can't forget in all this, because I think sometimes when we do shows like this, I think sometimes it comes off as us being critical of athletes, and we'll take somebody. We're trying to give you some of the real positive traits that we saw and some of the things that these athletes do extremely well and how they'll be of value to their teams. But we also do talk about some of the skills that they have to continue to work on, and why in some cases someone might be a third or fourth round pick instead of a first round pick. And those aren't meant as criticism in the sense that these are all elite athletes. They're guys that were probably crossed off teams' boards months ago that are still elite athletes. Like, this is the echelon that we're talking about. These are wonderful football players, all of them, start to finish. And so it is not meant as a criticism of our great Canadian athletes. Instead, it's us breaking down things that we still think could be areas they can improve.
On that note, Ben, for those fans that may just be joining the draft process now and unfamiliar with the prospects that we have on tap, where are the areas of strength in this draft, and maybe where is it a little bit weaker?
I like the defense a lot, and I think that's where you're going to see a lot of picks early. This is, and usually I think sometimes, especially if you're not a draft regular and you haven't really followed necessarily this season either, the offensive line is generally where you see a lot of picks, and usually that is a position of strength for U Sports athletes coming into the CFL draft. And that's not really the case this year. There's a couple great O-line prospects, no question, but it's not as heavy as we've seen in some years past. And so I think the strength of this draft, there's some great DBs, there are some great defensive linemen, and a couple linebackers too that stand out amongst the crowd. And so I do think this is going to be a defensive heavy draft, but we can't forget about two guys in particular that are on the offensive side of the ball, two quarterbacks who you probably have heard of before, and we're going to be talking about them a lot tonight.
We certainly are, one way or another. Those two are going to be the story. Curtis Rourke out of Indiana University, who went in the 7th round to the San Francisco 49ers in the NFL draft, and Taylor Elgersma, the reigning Heck Crichton Trophy winner from Wilfrid Laurier, the first U Sports QB ever to get an invite to the prestigious Senior Bowl All-Star game south of the border, who somewhat surprisingly has not yet signed an NFL contract. These two guys are viewed by scouts as potential future NFL or CFL starters, but you may have to wait for certainly one of them maybe both of them. Ben, when do you expect to see the QBs go off the board tonight?
I had a good feel for it until Rourke was drafted, and especially by the 49ers, because I think that's the perfect situation for him. Now, for him, it's great. For CFL teams, that throws a little bit of a monkey wrench into the plans because it may be 4 or 5 years, if at all. Like you might be spending a pick on him. And that happens all the time. There are picks in the CFL draft that happen and years go by and they never end up coming to the CFL. But you don't want to spend an early pick on someone that you're really not sure is going to make it up here or not. And those draft picks and in that system, quarterback friendly system, and just looking at the quarterbacks on that roster too, I think he's got a chance to stick around for some time. But you never know, right? It could be that he's a camp cut and ends up looking for a CFL opportunity a few months from now. Who knows? So he's a much tougher one to gauge. For Elgersma, I think we're probably going to see him early second round. That would kind of be where I would forecast him. And Rourke, I would have had as high as like 8, 9. But now with him being drafted, I think I got to push him down my board a little bit. I just don't know how far. I think some team is going to be very tempted by the idea of having a gifted Canadian quarterback like him, even if they have to wait for a few years, because we've seen it work out so many times for teams that, they don't mind waiting, and teams that are in a good position that don't necessarily need help right now. Maybe it is worth a second round pick for a guy like Curtis Rourke.
It could be a math changer for a team, right? If
Right.
that guy comes up in 3-4 years even and instantly becomes an elite caliber Canadian starter at the quarterback position, that's going to help you on the field, but it's going to help you at the ticket office as well, because those guys drive attention to the game. I have Elgersma slightly ahead of Rourke in my own personal rankings. That might be a little bit of bias from having seen him in person versus Rourke. I think Rourke's a far more polished product right now, and I have no doubt about his abilities as a starter and his work ethic, having been around Nathan. But it's the tools for me with Elgersma, the elite arm strength. He's just special. He's different when you get to see him in person and you see him whip that ball. There's a sound to it that I've only ever heard described by scouts when they talk about NFL caliber quarterbacks. I've never actually got to experience it live. I did when I got to see Elgersma down in Texas at the College Gridiron Showcase. He is that guy. And to be entirely frank, Ben, I think there's an outside shot because of some of the factors that we mentioned about it being, an exciting pick, something that could down the line drive your box office, that Elgersma could go first overall now that there's a chance he's instantly available. I think Calgary could consider that, especially with the guy who runs their CFL draft, Wayne Cameron, being a former Laurier coach who helped recruit him to that school. So there's a relationship there. I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility. As the Stampeders are on the clock now, mulling their decision, where are some of the other options where they could go, or other directions they could go, Ben, in terms of that first overall pick? Who are the players that you would pencil in?
Well, a lot of people have talked about Connor Shea from Wyoming. He's a linebacker who has real NFL measurables, running a 4.5 and just looks every bit the part playing down with the Wyoming Cowboys. 6'1", 227, a guy that could probably play either Mac or that Will spot, depending on how they feel about his coverage ability. And so he's a guy that everyone has kind of talked about as a potential first overall pick. And I know John Hodge in his lead up to this has had him going number 1 in both of his mock 1.0 and 2.0. And he's not alone in that. There's a lot of excitement around Connor Shea, and at a position where a lot of teams do want to have a Canadian, a national player. So he's certainly a possibility. I think there's also some intrigue with another linebacker and a guy that I personally have just slightly ahead of Connor Shea, and that's in Devin Veresek from Windsor. He's a really exciting player to watch too, blistering fast with a 4.47 or 4.50, depending on whose stopwatch you look at. But for a linebacker that weighs in at 240, 6'1", 240, to be running that kind of like receiver speed, man, that's intriguing. So those, a couple of linebackers I think those guys are probably where I'd start, but there's exciting receivers in here. There's an O-lineman I've got my eye on too in Christopher Fortin. So I think you could go almost anywhere. And I'm not of the belief that you necessarily need to look at where you are weak positionally in the first round. I think at some point you do, but I just like drafting for overall talent in round one. And hopefully you're in a situation where you can afford to do that. And I think the Calgary Stampeders, really looking at their board, they have to be wanting to take who is the best athlete here. And I think that you probably throw positional concerns out the window.
Yeah, I think you're bang on with Shea as a prediction. The other guy that I'd throw out there are two names. You mentioned the receivers. I think Keelan White from the University of Montana makes a ton of sense. He's a sort of a match body type wise to Jalen Philpott. In fact, they're childhood friends growing up out here in BC, but just a guy who, playing for Dave Dickinson's alma mater, has risen to the moment time and time again, is not a freak tester by any means, not a massive frame, but just beautifully smooth in what he does at the receiver position. I think he's an option. And then Damian Alford as well. You don't have guys that are 6'5", 224 pounds, running 4.46 in this draft very, very often, Ben. And if you put him on the outside, if you're potentially going to start two Canadian receivers, that could be very intriguing. The last name that I would mention in that mix is an offensive lineman as well, but not Christopher Fortin. I think they're pretty set on the interior. I wonder if they look at a guy like Tiger Shanks out of UNLV, kid who was born in Vancouver but grew up mostly in the States and in China for a little bit. He has some questions about how fast he moves, whether he can stick at the tackle position, but he's a 4-year starter at right tackle for the UNLV Rebels. And if the Stampeders want to start Bryce Bell at that tackle position, I think that is something that they will look at in the fact that I don't think there's anyone else who could play tackle in this draft. You've got to grab that guy early if you want to have depth at that particular position.
And just as a quick break to give people a peek behind the curtain here, I'm not in my usual studio, and so I am sort of green screening here, and we are in the middle of a massive thunderstorm right now where I am in Toronto. So if it sounds like I'm taking on like gunfire, because that's what it does sound like to me, it's because I happen to be parked right underneath a skylight. So don't worry, everything's okay. But the noise in here is something. I've never tested that out before. To pick up on what you were saying, JC, Tiger Shanks is really interesting to me. And I think I'm really intrigued to see where he goes, because it's such a strange offense that he was part of. I loved watching that UNLV Rebels film, a formation that was really new to me, something they call the double sidecar, where they have a lot of stuff out of shotgun, but then there's a running back to the right and another running back further to the right, which is sort of a weird alignment to try and take advantage of angles. And what makes it hard to evaluate a guy like Tiger Shanks in that offense is everything is so quick and timing based, and they run a lot of triple option out of that. And that's just stuff that you don't really see CFL offenses base schemes around. And so I don't know how comfortable coaches and GMs are going to feel with Tiger Shanks. I don't know if there's enough out there on film where you can be positive as a first round pick that you can confidently take Shanks. Everything else checks out, but I wish we had a chance to see him in a more conventional offense than what UNLV runs, because you couldn't be really further from what they do in the CFL.
Yeah, Pro Football Focus has a stat called true pass sets, and it's essentially the times that a guy is asked to pass protect in a situation that's not a quick hitter, not a play action, not being helped in any way, and they're really one-on-one against the defensive lineman. And Tiger Shanks, despite starting every single game at right tackle for the Rebels, only had about 90 true pass sets last year. For context, Brett Boyko, who came out of the same school a number of years ago and got an NFL opportunity at tackle and was highly sought after in the CFL, had about 273 true pass sets in the same span of a single season. So you're talking about a guy who was really sheltered and protected in that system with the Rebels and didn't get a chance to test at his pro day due to a hamstring injury. And so you don't really know if the movement skills are going to translate or going to be good enough to do it at the CFL level.
And that's what I'm worried about is speed on the outside there. And we know how fast some of these edge rushers are in the CFL, those quick ends that can just fly around the outside. And the film that we have on him, there's a few guys that he's taken on who are wonderful athletes, but the ball's out by the time, like he lets them ride around because he knows that he doesn't need to. He just needs to protect the inside because he knows the ball is going to be out in a snap. And so yeah, it's really tough to see where exactly you can put him. Can you keep him at tackle, or is he going to be someone that you have to move inside the guard? And there are just not a lot of guys in this draft that I feel comfortable saying, yes, for sure he's a tackle. There's a bunch of guys I know can be guards. That interior is far less difficult to assess among this group of offensive linemen.
For those of you who are just joining us, we are teeing up the Calgary Stampeders' first overall selection as the team is on the clock. They like to milk out these first few picks for the TSN broadcast. So we're waiting for the news to come in. But I want to go back to the linebackers that you mentioned, Ben, off the top, because I think that's a really intriguing spot that the Stampeders could go, because right now you have to think that they would start a linebacker, a Canadian linebacker on that weak side. They brought in Fraser Sopik, who did a great job for the Toronto Argonauts last year. You got to watch him a ton. They have Micah Tights, who is probably on the back half of his career, but can still step in occasionally. But you probably want a young guy who can challenge for those minutes and potentially replace Sopik or, step in if he gets injured. Shea, to me, can do that. He's got that range. I wonder for you, with Verisuk, the knock on him has been a little bit tape related, that the freak measurables don't necessarily match up with what you see. Maybe he's tentative at times, or his eyes aren't necessarily as quick or as disciplined as somebody like Shea. Do you think that's a fair criticism, and do you have concerns about that?
I don't really have concerns about it, but I do positionally. Like you're talking about Calgary maybe looking at these guys as a will linebacker. I don't know if that's going to be Verisuk. I feel like he kind of the two guys, I would feel more comfortable with him in the middle. He's certainly got the size, the weight to play in the middle, and just more familiarity there. I think Connor Shea, if you're looking for a weak side backer or someone that's more of a hybrid, I think that's probably the guy you would turn to. And if you're looking for someone maybe just a little bit more play ready, then that's where you look. But you can't tell me it wouldn't be tempting to have Verisuk there, especially knowing he's got a couple of years or a year at least to grow into the role. Him on special teams is fun. And that's another element here. We don't get to watch a lot of these prospects play a lot of special team snaps, but a lot of these guys are among the best players on their teams, and coaches just simply aren't putting their stars out there for the most part, depending on the team. But if you're someone like Western or a very talented Windsor team that they had this year, you're not that excited about putting these stars on every single special teams unit because you need them so badly on offense or defense or whatever it is. But I love the idea of Verisuk just storming down the field with that elite 4.5 speed and throwing his 232 pounds into somebody. So that excites me even more than Connor Shea, I think.
The CFL Draft Tracker is being a little slow to update, Ben, but I've been given word that the Calgary Stampeders have made their first overall selection, and it's a name that we mentioned in passing but didn't spend a lot of time on. Receiver Damian Alford out of Utah. This is a guy who you really liked. I think he was your top receiver on the board. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, first of all, I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised because, like we said, there's so much talent at the top of this board, and there's so many options. Like we went through a few guys there, and we covered almost every positional group. But yeah, Alfred, really exciting. He was my top rated receiver, played at Utah. He's got unbelievable size, 6'5", 224. Most of his best tape comes from before he got out there with the Utes when he was with the Syracuse Orange. So if you watch his 2023 tape, that's where he was at his best. He really didn't get much on the field in Utah. But yeah, his last season with the Orange, 529 receiving yards, 29 catches, 3 touchdowns. He wins with size, but speed as well. What I like about him is that he's doesn't have that sort of elusiveness. He's what you would think of in most 6'5" receivers. He's got great straightaway speed, like he can really fly.
Mhm.
But he's able with those long strides to chew up cushion really quickly. But he doesn't have necessarily that in and out, that elusive route running that you see from the smaller guys, that we'll see from guys that you brought up like White, and we didn't really get a chance to talk about Jordan either from Laurier. But yeah, I really like Damien Alford. Great high pointer, great at tracking the ball down the sideline. And like I said, while he's not a refined route running technician by any means, he can run those deep routes. He's got those posts and corners down too. And because you have to respect that deep stuff, because you have to respect his height, he's often open on comeback routes and hooks as well. So there's still a lot you can do with him, and you can't teach somebody to be 6'5". So yeah, he's elite in that sense for sure.
You definitely can't. And there's going to be a lot of people who question this pick just because Elford transferred to Utah last year and basically didn't play. He didn't catch a single pass. His only statistic was actually throwing an interception on a trick play, and he was on the field for maybe 14 plays total. But I have it on good authority that that was not a character issue. It wasn't even a talent issue. There were people in that Utah building who said this was a coaching issue, that he came in as a late transfer. We had a complicated scheme, and the coaches on that offensive side of the ball for the Utes just weren't comfortable putting him out there yet, despite the fact that he was as talented, if not more so, than some of the players that they had in the building. For me, the concerns with Elford are the lack of change of direction, right? He's not super quick in and out of his routes. I thought he was a little bit of a deep ball merchant, right? At Syracuse, over 19 yards per catch. That's tremendous speed that you see in tremendous size, but didn't do a lot of in-breaking stuff, was at most involved with some hooks and curls because defenses were so scared of him. I don't know that that makes you an elite receiver in the CFL, but we saw it last year with Nick Mardner. This is a guy you can plug and play on the outside because of those elite traits, and he's going to stretch the opposition and stress them out in the process.
Yeah, like the numbers we're talking about are pretty elite when you look at that size. Like the 6'5" part on its own, like this is a big man, 224, but 4'4", 640, like that is a fast receiver by any standards. But yeah, like you're saying, the agility is not there, and I don't think it's going to be there. I don't think you're going to teach him to have that quickness. He's runs like a giraffe essentially, and those, they don't necessarily corner on a dime because he's so tall. And so you're not going to get that suddenness after the catch, the explosiveness there. But that's not what you use them for. And you talk about red zone targets, like what quarterback doesn't love to have a guy with that kind of wingspan down near the end zone where you can throw a ball to the sideline where nobody else has a hope of catching it, and he's going to go up there and try and make a play for you. And he does do that stuff well. He has great sideline awareness too. That's something we saw at Syracuse. So a really exciting receiver for Calgary for sure. Not the pick I thought we would see from the Stamps, but I'm not surprised in the least. And I'm glad I got a little bit of vindication there with having Alford there as my number one man.
Mm-hmm. The CFL Draft Tracker is being slower than their stats system rollout currently. So I will be going back and forth between a number of tabs here, trying to figure out who's up next. But the Hamilton Tiger Cats are currently on the clock. I don't believe they've made a selection yet. Where do you see them potentially going, Ben?
And I wonder how surprised they are too, because I again, by my way of thinking, I'm not thinking about their needs, because most teams, just looking at the depth charts that we've sort of got drawn up here, most teams are very similar in the construction of their Canadian talent. But I do think for this first round, with the talent you've got there, you throw that at the window. So I go right back to that linebacker question. No matter who you've got out there, no matter who you've got at the position this year, to be able to have a guy grow into a role like that, and looking at the fact that you might now have a shot at, maybe for them it was Connor Shea that they were thinking, man, I wish I wish we were first overall because we really want Connor Shea. Maybe it's Devin Verisak. I love the idea of them going linebacker here. So I'm going to stick with that. I know it's not exciting. And as a draft show, maybe I should have come up with something more interesting than the two guys we just spent 5 minutes talking about. But realistically, that is what I'd be thinking as a member of the Hamilton Tiger Cats here.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ben, you may not be interesting, but you are right because the Hamilton Tiger Cats at the second overall pick go with linebacker Devin Verisak out of the University of Windsor. This is a guy who, as we've talked about, is just buttery smooth as a mover. I got a chance to see him live down at the College Gridiron Showcase, and at 240 pounds, he was easily covering backs and tight ends, even some receivers with just super fluid hips. You don't see that from linebackers that size very often, period, and certainly not guys who are playing in U Sports. Now, the concern is he game ready in terms of the way that he sees the field? I thought he was a little bit tentative at times when it came to putting the pads on and reading the run, maybe a step slow, but the athleticism compensates for that tremendously. And we knew that the Hamilton Tiger Cats were going to need to get a quality Canadian linebacker in this draft. Right now, Ryan Baker is penciled in as a starter, a late round pick last year. I don't think they're comfortable with that going forward. Devin Verisak could play very early for this team.
And even if he doesn't, like even if you're just using him on specials, you've got like he runs like a gunner and he hits like a linebacker. And that on its own, if that's all you get, if that's your worst case scenario, I'll take it. He's a heck of an athlete. And like you're saying, like I see what you're talking about too in run fits and maybe a bit of hesitation. But the way I saw it was, sort of as he's scraping, he wants to make sure he's hitting that. He's going through the right hole. He's not going to swing and miss. And once he turns out those jets on, you do see it. That's where that 4.5 speed does show itself on tape, is when he makes that decision and he pushes that throttle button. He's flying through that hole. 160 tackles, 14 tackles for a loss, 9 sacks, all in just 22 games. Those are great numbers.
Really, really impressive stuff from him. And a guy who I don't think has hit his potential yet, right? There's still more to develop for some of these guys coming out of U Sports, that, not to dismiss the level of coaching that they've received, because there's some fantastic coaches in U Sports, but you're talking about guys who are very much students before they are athletes at these schools, who don't have the same level of resources, who aren't able to commit fully to the draft process until they become pros. If you can unlock another level from Devin Verisak, I think there is the potential for something very, very special with him going forward. Up next, we have the Ottawa Redblacks with the 3rd overall pick. They're on the clock right now. Do you see any major needs for this team, Ben?
Well, I wonder here if they might consider, again, with these first two guys off the board, they may be going, hey, Connor Shea's still there. Like I keep bringing that up. But what about if they decide to look along the defensive line? There's a couple guys there that I think are really interesting. You got Darian Newell out of Queens, who is a tremendous athlete. You got Hayden Harris out of Montana, another tremendous athlete, a guy that I think is, probably going to be on the outside, but the strength that he showed in his testing with 25 bench reps, he's got great speed at that 4.8 level, and his film looks really good too. I've got him ranked, I think, a lot higher than most. Although I do know, now that I say that, I think John Hodge actually had him going 4th overall in his mock 2.0. So I'm not the only one there on Hayden Harris, but those are two guys that I think are really exciting. And we could probably bring Jeremiah Ojo into the conversation, a guy we were robbed of seeing a little bit in the combine. He was there, but just got a little bit banged up on that first day, and I think sensibly decided to take it easy the rest of the way, because you don't want to at that stage suffer that kind of injury. So, those 3 guys are all tremendous players. Is there someone you'd be leaning towards in that group, or are you looking positionally somewhere else if you're Ottawa?
To me, I'm looking at the receiver position, which is where they went in the first round last year. And so it's a little bit strange to maybe double up at that slot. But you've got Nick Mardner penciled in as your starter, but you have nobody behind him. Jeremy Murphy just retired. You've got Darius Simmons, who is an undrafted free agent out of McGill last year. as the only other Canadian receiver under contract right now. And we know that this is not a particularly deep receiver class in terms of guys who are ready right now. I think if you're looking at Keelan White, who some people would tell you was even the best player immediately available, sitting out there, and you need a receiver, you need one in case Mardner gets hurt. I think you have to take a guy like that if you are the Ottawa Redblacks. That's where I would go with that selection.
Yeah, I like that pick, Keelan White. And you know what's kind of neat about it too? You mentioned Mardner. Like Mardner is very similar to the guy we just talked about, Damian Alford, that sort of tall, rangy receiver. And so with him gone, you kind of look at the two smaller guys that are up next. I like that kind of versatility too. If you're gonna guys that you're still probably gonna put at that Z position, the field side wideout. If you've got Mardner there already who can really stretch the field and do some red zone things for you, why not bring in a guy like Keelan White, who's basically the opposite, a quickness guy, a guy that's technically very proficient, a very polished route runner, and he's going to beat you with agility and inside outside movement. He doesn't have that same he ran a 4.65. He doesn't have that same sort of straight line burst, but he's going to create separation at the top of his break. And that is a really interesting combination to have and pair with Mardner on the outside. So, yeah, I like him. And, a guy in that same sort of mold, Ethan Jordan out of Laurier, he's a smaller receiver too. But I think maybe you shy a little bit away from Jordan over White, just because White is going to, just with that extra 15 pounds or so that he's got on his mass, he's going to be a little bit better a contributor for you on special teams, a bit more versatile that way. So if you're tossing it up between the two, maybe you go with White with that pick if you're going receiver.
The pick is indeed Keelan White out of the University of Montana to the Ottawa Redblacks at third overall. And for all the reasons I just mentioned, I love this selection. Let's talk about this kid a little bit, because it's a bit of a lazy comp because they were friends growing up. They're from the same province and they're basically the same size. But he's a lot like the Philpotts in the ways that he wins. And at Montana, this is a guy who arrived as a walk-on in Missoula, earned his way onto the roster, and became an absolute star. They call him the Canadian Spider, Ben. I don't know if you knew that. And he may be the only player in this draft. In fact, I would bet money he's the only player in this draft that has his own coloring book. That's how popular he was for the Grizz, and for good reason. Made crazy catches when they needed him the most. He was always there in big moments. The thing I look at is this was a team that went deep into the FCS playoffs every single year, and he had back-to-back weeks in 2023 in the playoffs with overtime game winners. When they needed a play, they were looking at Keelan White because they knew he would get it done. I think you're going to see a similar result at the next level. This guy could play early if the Redblacks need him to, and I think he's going to be a starter for many years in the CFL.
His last two seasons at Montana were fantastic. He's a 6-year college career, but you look at that 23 and 24 season, back-to-back production as a full-time starter. That was where he really was the difference maker. And you're right, the guy they turn to in almost every important situation. 57 catches for 634 yards, 4 touchdowns this past season. And his film showcases the way he tests, that explosiveness, that elusiveness, that agility, those great times that he has on the 3-cone and the shuttle. Like those show up on film, and that's how he gets open. And you're looking to find a receiver when the game is on the line. You want a guy that's going to be able to create a little bit of separation in man coverage, and he's a guy that can do exactly that. I love now that Ottawa is pairing him with Mardner. Like we said, we're coming up with some of our own strategies here. That's a nice pairing for your Z receiver if you're the Ottawa Redblacks, because you can go tall, you can go short. Either way, or short, he's over 6 feet tall, but you can go elusive, or you can go just straight speed down the sideline.
Well, you've nailed the last 2 picks, so let's see if you can make it 3 in a row, Ben. The Saskatchewan Roughriders are on the clock right now at pick number 4. We know Rider Nation is tuning into this show en masse to see what you think of their selection. So where do you imagine that the green and white will be going?
And there are some local options, but I think I'm going to stick with the guys that it's going to be one of the guys we've already talked about here because they have to be thinking that they're getting a steal here with the fourth overall pick. You know, they still have Newell, Shea, Harris, Fortin, Ocho, these guys we talked about. They've still got both quarterback options that we've talked about as well. I think that's where it's going to be. It's going to be one of those guys. There are some really exciting Saskatchewan guys, college guys down the road, but I think probably too early for round one. But I think at some point, maybe one of those guys is going to get to stay at home a little later in the draft. I just don't think that'll be this round.
I think they could go offensive line here. You talked about Christopher Fortin off the top. He's an option as somebody who could challenge for one of their spots at guard and upgrade over a Zach Fry or Noah Zur. I think they could also go with an Eric Anderson out of Western University, who is a U Sports guy with a lot of upside if you convert him inside to guard. And then I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that they would go with a defensive back in some capacity, right? They have Tavon Campbell potentially penciled in as the boundary cornerback. I don't know that you take a cornerback this high, but if Nelson Lacumbo is also your option to back up that cornerback spot, then you probably need to upgrade the safety position with Jackson Ford pretty consistently banged up. I wonder if Jackson Finley is in the conversation in that Saskatchewan draft room, especially considering his uncle, Brooks Findlay, is the guy that Corey Mace credits for inspiring his football career. He went to a Brooks Findlay football camp when he was a child, and that's what made him want to be a CFL player and, of course, eventually a CFL coach. It seems rather serendipitous if you've got a shot to take that guy's nephew at the top of the draft and he can plug and play for you early.
Yeah, and he's probably going to be gone by the next time the Riders are on the clock. So maybe this is Jackson Finley time. He's an exciting prospect out of Western, 6'2", 207 from that safety spot. Yeah, he can do a manner of things from light you up to lock you down in coverage. A player that I believe, will be a starting safety in this league for a long time. And so, why not draft a guy like that? The offensive line prospects you mentioned, I do think there's a lot of excitement in those guys too, though. Like Christopher Fortin, my favorite film on him was watching him play against UNC in their bowl game and just knowing how good that UNC defensive line was. And he just absolutely locked everyone out and looked every bit of pro in doing so. And so that film for me, I was a little bit back and forth looking back at some of my notes on him. That was the last game I watched. And so, I had, some positive, some negative, and watching that game, I was blown away by him. And that's what, for me, moved him way up my board into the first round. I think I had him at my 5th overall selection, Fortin. So I do like him. Eric Anderson, it was another guy that we were a little bit robbed of at the combine because I was really excited to see him go one-on-one with some of these guys, but he had a couple back-to-back reps. I think it was Amusan initially. He ended up on the ground in a one-on-one with him and then doing some run blocking. Linebacker Daniel Flanagan sort of sidestepped him. He ended up landing very awkwardly, Anderson did, and then we didn't see him after that. And so we didn't get to see the full slate of one-on-ones and inside run and scrimmage reps that we were hoping to see from him because he's a highly gifted offensive lineman out of Western. He's got that tackle experience. Maybe one of those guys that you're considering trying at tackle or potentially moving him into guard. So I think either one of those guys would be a great answer for them too. But yeah, I like your tie to Jackson Finley though. That was one that I hadn't thought about in some time. So yeah, good for you. If they pick up Jackson Finley here, I'm giving you full credit for that.
Well, I got to play catch up here, Ben, because you're nailing all the picks off the top. I gotta stretch some knowledge as well.
Well, I probably have more this year than I did all of last year, so that my picks are about to fall off a cliff here. So this is the time to. I should probably just log off right now and let you continue the show. Quit while I'm ahead.
No, I need you here, Ben. Don't be abandoning me. We got 3.5 hours left of this show, and I can't do it solo. I also think when you're looking at the Riders board, it's not a need, but we go back and forth on whether need or best player available is the correct strategy at the top of the draft. And Connor Shea is there. And I think he is the best player available to them right away. You drafted Nick Weeb last year, who's a potential starting middle linebacker. I think Connor Shea could be a potential starting middle linebacker. You don't need one this year with Jameer Thurman in place, but is that a potential option? I guess not, because the pick is in, Ben, and it's somebody we haven't talked about. A
Wow.
off-the-wall pick here a little bit at number 4 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, but a player I like a lot. Defensive lineman Ali Saad out of Bowling Green State. What's your initial reaction to that?
A little bit of shock, honestly, because everybody had Saad higher than me. And so I just talked about it. I had 3, I looked like, this brilliant draft analyst just 5 minutes ago. And now here I am stunned by this Riders pick. And not that I don't like him, but I just felt with a few of these guys, there's 2 guys in particular, Isaiah Bagna and Ali Saad, both of whom everybody loves. These guys are at the top of the Canadian Scouting Bureau rankings. They're in John Hodges mock drafts. They're in everybody's picks. Both of those guys. And Saad I did have ahead of Bagna for the record, but way down on my list in terms of overall picks, because I'm not sure. Watching the film, I had trouble deciding how close he is to being a starter. And in round 1, I'm looking for starters. I'm looking for guys that can turn into starters. And I didn't, as much as he's got some great measurables. He's a heck of an athlete. 2-year starter at Bowling Green. He's got that strength. That's already professional level sort of strength. And he's got a little bit of positional versatility too, 6'1", 282, probably going to be more on the inside, but he's got the speed to be able to, if you need to execute twists, to hold down that edge. So, there are some positives for sure, but I just wondered, with a guy that I wasn't sure was going to make it to that starting position, would he give you enough on special teams? And that's the reason I had him a little lower down on my list, but I can't deny that his film at Bowling Green is highly impressive.
It really is. And I think the challenge in evaluating that film is he was playing out of the position that he's going to play at the next level, right? He was exclusively an edge for the Falcons at Bowling Green, and he's just not athletic enough. He runs about a 5'2", 40. He's not super quick off the line. He gets it done as an effort rusher eventually, but he just doesn't have the speed or the bend you want from an outside guy. But if you take that and how strong he is at the point of attack, and you bring him in as a CFL defensive tackle where 280 is plenty of weight to play that position, I think he's going to have a lot of success and contribute in the rotation early. He's technically sound, which Corey Mace is going to love. There's not a better guy to assess a Canadian defensive tackle out there than Mr. Mace. And he showed the strength that you want to see. I had people, when they were talking about Ali Saad, rave about his Penn State tape in particular, because he was going up against Tyler Warren, their tremendous tight end who went in the first round of the NFL draft. And he basically just manhandled Tyler Warren at the line of scrimmage. Now, is Warren necessarily the best blocker in the world at the tight end position? No, but he's an NFL caliber athlete and a good one at that. Ali Saad made him look silly on a number of run reps. I think he's going to be a long-term rotational guy in that Rider defense and somebody who can replace Charbel DeBeer, who struggled a little bit with injuries the last couple years.
Yeah, I agree with you. But like you said, like that concern is what I share too. Like, look great at Bowling Green as an edge player, but we're projecting a lot. And in the first round, I don't like to do that. Like when he was on the inside, and he did play on the inside sometimes with Bowling Green, and they did use him a lot on twists as well. But I didn't find he was a dynamic pass rusher. Like that never really stood out to me. He could move the pocket, like collapse that shelf back a little bit, but that didn't necessarily stand out. From my perspective, I saw him as a really nice sort of run stopping end. But to translate that and say, well, now you're going to be a 3-tech or even play on the inside, if you can maybe add a bit more weight to that frame, you're projecting. I'm not saying that it's not there though, because the strength numbers are already there. And the concerns that I had about him as an edge fade once you move him to the inside. So I do think there's some possibility. And like you said, like, again, this is a win. If he's a rotational defensive lineman for the Rough Riders for the next 5-6 years, this is a huge win. And I don't think there's any reason to think he can't be at least that. And maybe he really proves me wrong by turning into a star in a few years' time.
The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are up next on the clock at pick number 5. Or no, sorry, I'm in the wrong order here. They're pick number 6. At pick number 5, we have the Montreal Alouettes. Please forgive me. Where do you see them going with their selection this high in the draft?
The Owls have done a really nice job. They're a team like Toronto that doesn't necessarily have to force anything, where they've kind of got a lot of Canadian talent that's ready to produce. So they don't necessarily need a guy to come right in and start for their team. And so I think it's wide open. And maybe we're back to at some point someone is going to pick Connor Shea and Hayden Harris and these other guys that we talked about. But they've got a recent history of deadly Canadian linebacker picks, guys that really impressed. And I wouldn't be shocked to see them add another to that list. I'm going to put my bets on Connor Shea here for this pick.
I think that is an interesting possible selection for them, given their recent history. The two linebackers you mentioned, Tyrell Richards, who they took first overall a few years ago, and has been good when he's on the field, but hasn't necessarily developed into a starter. And then Jeffrey Conte Arku, who they took in the first round last year, and who looked just absolutely lights out as a rookie. The problem is you've got two guys who maybe for another team, if it was a ratio spot, would start for them as backups because Tyrese Beverett and Darnell Sankey aren't going anywhere. So do you want to add Shea to that mix and create a backlog?
Well,
I'm not entirely sure you do, Ben.
Yeah, I know that's a good point, but I wonder, do you remember how good Richards looks so good in his pre-draft process? His combine, his tape, everything looked so, and he hasn't quite, like you said, he hasn't quite been able to bring it together. I wonder how far away they are from maybe finding the new Richards, and maybe that is where you bring Shea in to kind of replace him in that role. But you're right, like in terms of how often is he going to be able to get on the field? Well, again, that's a luxury that Montreal has. I don't know if there's anyone in this draft right now that Montreal is going to pick that will be a projected starter day one here. I just don't know if I see that. And so why not go best player available? I think that's probably back to my core philosophy with the draft is going, who's the best athlete out there? And I go back to it being, Newell, Shea, Harris, Fortin, Ojo, one of those guys, or maybe this is Rourke and Elgersma time, because Montreal is a team that can afford to do that.
Well, it's not going to be Rourke or Elgersma time, but it's not going to be Connor Shea either. At 5th overall, the Montreal Alouettes have gone with offensive lineman Tiger Shanks out of UNLV. We talked about him a bunch off the top, some of the challenges in assessing his tape and whether or not he can play tackle, because he wasn't put out there on an island very, very often with the Rebels. But do you think he can contribute early for the Alouettes, or is he going to have to make a longer transition into guard?
Well, they probably don't need him right away because they're not looking to make tackle a Canadian spot. I wouldn't think, just looking at their roster, they're very heavily national on the interior, like most teams are. They've got two great guards there and a couple levels deep at center. And so I figure they're probably thinking this is something they can take their time with. They don't need to rush it, and they can wait until Shanks gets in camp and see those. I don't think they're going to cross it off. I think they're going to see. Let's see. You didn't really get a chance to do that agility testing. You played in an unusual offense at UNLV. Let's see what your footwork and your footwork speed is like. Can you track guys around the outside? Can you track these speed rushes around the outside? And if you can, great. Now suddenly Montreal's got all sorts of options, and maybe they can even look to expanding their Canadian starters to 4, but they don't need to do that. It doesn't even need to be this year, really. And in the meantime, you can have him backing up at guard. Now, he doesn't bring you a ton of like a lot of offensive linemen in this draft. Not a lot of guys that are going to bring you a lot of special teams reps. That's just the nature of the position. But you can have him backing up at guard, and you can have him maybe as even dressing later in the season as a 6-man, a guy that can fill in a few different places if somebody were to go down. So I do think this is a pick that makes a lot of sense. I'm nervous about Shanks. I think, as I said before, I would have taken Anderson over Shanks and Fortin over Shanks, just because what I see on film, I know for sure. I know I can assess, and I didn't get that from Shanks's film, not because of him as an athlete, just because he played at UNLV, and it's just a whole different, whole different ballgame there.
Yeah, I think if he's going to play early, it has to be at guard. They're not super set at that position right now. I think Jesse Gibbon, who was a first rounder a number of years ago for the Hamilton Tiger Cats, is probably the guy penciled in there right now at right guard after they lost Philip Gagnon in free agency. Shanks maybe competes for that spot just because of his size. He weighed in at 311 at his pro day. I think he probably played heavier than that. He certainly looks heavier than that. And he did lean on people a little bit at times in the run game. He just doesn't have a ton of leg drive. He doesn't necessarily bend well enough to get underneath them. That scares me when you're looking at a guy transitioning into guard. I want them to be able to bend even better than the tackle position just for leverage purposes. I think Shanks is a mauler with not a lot of raw strength, just a lot of raw size. And that might take some time to contribute, in my estimation.
Yeah, on tape, what I do like his calmness. Like, he's one of those guys that just looks like he's out for a stroll when he's blocking opposing linemen, and I think that speaks to his size and strength. I would like to see him get lower, like you said. He doesn't really he doesn't have a he doesn't anchor as naturally maybe as some of the other prospects in this draft, I would say. But yeah, he's a physical presence, 6'4", 311. He punches with timing, with power. He's got great grip strength. He's one of those few guys. Grip strength is hard to gauge on offensive linemen, especially with some of the film that we're looking at that's shot from miles away. But he's one of those guys that can just, once he gets a hold of you, you just disappear from the TV screen entirely. And so there's a lot to like about his game. I feel like we've said a lot of negative things about Shanks. It's not because we don't like him as a player, but I think, for a guy that we're talking about with such pedigree, like it's a 4-year starter at right tackle at UNLV, this is a 2-time first team All Mountain West. Like, he's a very decorated tackle. And we're just saying, yes, he is, but it doesn't mean that he's the perfect player. You might think a 4-year starter at a school like UNLV would be an automatic lock to come in and just dominate. And we're just saying that, yeah, maybe we have to slow that down a little bit in terms of expectations.
Which I think is entirely fair. And I'm glad you brought up the 2-time all conference or all Mountain West selections for him, because we can't discuss Tiger Shanks without giving him his flowers for those accomplishments, because that's the first time in the history of UNLV that they had a guy go back-to-back years as an all-conference player at tackle. And you think of some of the Canadian offensive linemen that they've produced, Brett Boyko, Kyle Saxelid, those guys were tackles, and they did not accomplish that. Tiger Shanks did. So I don't think you can rule out him playing the tackle position, but I share your reservations, Ben, about whether or not he'll be able to stick there long term. The 6th overall pick is in by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and it's a guy we've been talking about for the entirety of this first round thus far. Linebacker Connor Shea out of the University of Wyoming. He is American born and raised, but qualifies for national status because his dad was born in Charlottetown, PEI. There's never been a CFL player from PEI in the history of the league. I vote that we make Connor Shea an honorary Islander for those purposes. He can lead the PEI provincial team if we want to do an interprovincial tournament in the CFL. He will be the champion of Charlottetown. What can you tell me about this kid at linebacker?
First of all, do you know how good the Quebec team would be in this interprovincial tournament you're talking about? But I can tell you about Connor Shea at linebacker. First of all, for Winnipeg fans, this is a steal. This is an absolute steal. There is no way that Winnipeg's front office woke up this morning and thought, oh, yep, draft day, guess we're going to get Connor Shea. There's no chance they thought that with their pick, they're coming away with this guy. Yeah, I just absolute monster of a player, really productive. He was a force in Wyoming's defense. And it's that mix of athleticism, right? He's got the explosiveness, he's got that positional intelligence, he's got the strength, he's got a little bit of everything. And he's one of those guys that not just tested well, with every one of those measurables that he threw down, you can look on tape and see it come to life. You look at the explosiveness in his testing and you turn on his film and there he is flying through a gap. You look at his speed numbers and you turn on the film and he's going sideline to sideline, chasing down a running back. So they've got a solid tackler, guy with great form, just looks like through and through looks like a professional football player. So no surprise to see Connor Shea going here. And I think the rest of the league, I know how many fan bases love to hate the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and this is a pick that's going to be getting everyone else going, oh, come on now. They get the guy that so many people had as the number one pick in the draft, and they get him at, 6? Awesome.
And I think this was a position of need for them, Ben.
It
I didn't
was.
necessarily think that they were going to go in round 1 to fill it, but they've got only 2 Canadian linebackers on the roster right now in Tanner Gaskell's Cadwallader, who is more of a special teams guy, and then Shane Gauthier, who has stepped in to start at times, but is older, right? He's on the back half of his career. He's the veteran presence and maybe doesn't move as well as he used to. Connor Shea is going to provide an immediate upgrade on special teams. He will be the next guy for you, and he's not going to have a problem with sitting and waiting his turn because he did it at Wyoming, right? He had talented guys in front of him with the Cowboys and didn't get a chance to start until his senior year and then absolutely exploded. I love what you see on film with him, the patience, the eye discipline, the ability to track from sideline to sideline. All of that stuff translates to the next level in my estimation. I think this is a absolute slam dunk by Winnipeg.
Yeah, the fact that it's a need too, like again, I don't think that matters to me in round 1, but isn't it nice when it works out that way? And it absolutely did for Winnipeg here. Yeah, it couldn't have worked out better. The only, if I'm looking for areas to pick on in his game, there aren't a lot. He's not the most physical tackler out there. There are more physical linebackers in this draft. I don't love him as a blitzer. That's one area that you could see him just be a little bit more dangerous. And I know Winnipeg's used to seeing their linebackers really be a threat on blitz action. And I don't know that I saw a lot of that from Connor Shea's game. But yeah, at the absolute low end, you're going to see an elite special teams contributor this year from Shea in Winnipeg. But I think he probably works his way into the starting lineup. I think for sure when they go to second and long situations and they bring it that sort of 3 defensive linemen, 4 linebacker sort of look, or 3.5 linebacker sort of look, I think that's when you'll see Shea get on the field a lot.
The Toronto Argonauts are up next at pick number 7. This is the team that you call from the booth. There is nobody more familiar with the workings of this organization than Ben Grant. So look into your crystal ball. What are you seeing from the Argos? What direction could they go here?
They don't need to find a starter here. They're Canadian talent for a few years now, really since Pinball Clemens re-arrived in Toronto in 2019. He's sorted out the Canadian talent. And so they're free to go wherever they want. And so their draft board, they're going to take the top guy there. And it doesn't necessarily need to be a guy who produces right away. And so those guys that we talked about off the top, the guys that we talked about with Calgary, first overall, I think are all in the picture for Toronto. Or if they really felt concerned that he wasn't going to be there when they were up again at, I think, pick 16, maybe they could take a guy like Elgersma, who we talked about at quarterback, another team that can afford to do it. They've got experience with Elgersma too. He spent 2 off seasons working with the Toronto Argonauts in training camp, and then he spent last year working with the Hamilton Tiger Cats in training camp. We've already talked about the positives and the strengths of a guy like Elgersma, but even more so for either Toronto or Hamilton, because he's a guy from around here. He's a local guy. And so if they really want him, they can afford to take him at this spot, even if he doesn't necessarily isn't necessarily the top guy on their board. They're not really forced into that situation. If they want him and they want to try and take advantage of him as a Canadian, they can do that if they think he won't be there pick 16. Or they can go the other route and just say, well, who's the most talented player here? Is it Newell? Is it Hayden Harris? Is it Christopher Fortin? I think, for Toronto, they've always shown how important it is to have depth on that offensive line. They've, for a few years now, had a few layers deep of Canadian talent on the offensive line, but they lost a little bit this offseason. And so maybe that's where they'll look at a guy like Christopher Fortin, a guy with all that experience in the NCAA playing for UConn, or maybe they look more locally down the road to Western and Eric Anderson. So I think probably one of those guys is where I'd be looking. I know I just cheated completely and named 10 guys for you, JC. Where do you see the Argos going?
Well, I have long circled this as the likely spot where Elgersma could go off the board in the first round. I think when you look at his connections to Toronto, and specifically the fact that he has a strong relationship with Mike Miller, their quarterbacks coach, I think that is a perfect spot for him to go and develop. He doesn't have to start right away. Obviously, you've got a veteran backup in Nick Arbuckle, and love him or hate him, Chad Kelly is going to be the starter for a number of years. But if you can get a big body guy like Elgersma, who I think brings value as a short yardage guy right away, which Toronto has struggled with at times, he can push the pile forward because of his size, and then eventually develops into what could be a marketing sensation as a Canadian quarterback in a market that has struggled to attract attention at times. There's a ton of value to that potential if you were to go in that direction. In some of the other ways, I mean, are they going to go American or Canadian at safety? I think that's a question. There was a potential that Tyshawn Blackburn could step in for Royce Mechie, who headed over to Edmonton, or Metier, I should say. Don't want to mispronounce his name on our stream. But Tyshawn Blackburn could be the starter of the future there. Or do you bring in somebody like a Jackson Findlay again, who we've talked about, who is a potential plug-and-play guy? Does he fit what they're trying to do there and potentially give them a starting spot on the defense at free safety? I think those are the options that are the most enticing for me right now.
And what's given them this flexibility is that they're looking to start 4 Canadians on the offensive line. And that's what opens up these possibilities, because they don't have to go. They can go entirely American in the defensive backfield. And if they were to play a game tomorrow, that's probably the way they go. I don't know that they're fully ready to start Tyshawn Blackburn back there. I think they're close. I think it's certainly an option. He looked good last year, filling in at times. But they've got just a wealth of talent in terms of American defensive backs. So they don't have to. But if they decide they want to, yeah, like maybe this is the time that we can look at a Jackson Findlay coming into the picture, and you look at Jackson Findlay and Tyshawn Blackburn together and you say, well, between these two guys, that's a pretty good pairing there that we can sort of put one against the other and see who comes out on top as a national safety. So yeah, that's an option too. But I will say, if you're going to try and keep 4 Canadians on the offensive line long term, you have to keep drafting them. That's just the nature of the position. And so if that is their long-term play, then I think maybe it's a more valuable thing for them to take another offensive lineman. And you here on the board have a couple of guys that I think you can almost plug and play, even though they don't need to this year.
It's not an offensive lineman, but it is a lineman, Ben. At number 7, the Toronto Argonauts go with defensive end Jeremiah Ojo out of the Université de Montréal de Carabin. This guy is a stud. He was my top edge defender in the draft, or edge rusher. He's a little bit shorter than what you would like typically for a defensive end, but tremendous first step, tremendous bend, tremendous strength, long arms. He's almost 34-inch arms despite not being very tall. And I see him as a potential future Robbie Smith. And they lost Robbie Smith in free agency. I think that is what Ojo can become in that rotation. I really like this pick. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. And this is a position where again they could have gone without defensive line in that they don't necessarily need it, but they got what, one Canadian, two Canadians on their roster right now in the entire defensive line room, which is like 30 guys, and it's only two national players there. So losing Robbie Smith, a guy they felt really comfortable could get in there and get some meaningful reps and really contribute on the defensive line. Drafting Ojo really does a nice job towards replacing him. Like you said, he's not the biggest guy in the world, 6'1", 246. On that edge, though, another one of those guys with outstanding speed, strength, agility, all in one. They all show up on tape. His get off is excellent, and that's something I know they really love from their defensive linemen in the Toronto Argonauts. Every defensive lineman they draft is a guy with that explosive first step where if you pause a frame into the snap, he's the only guy that's moved. Jeremiah Ojo is one of those guys playing with the Montreal Carabins. And, there are, again, it's not a perfect, like all these prospects, there's still areas of concern, areas to improve, but they don't need to force him in there right away. I'd like to see a little bit more against the run from him. I'd like to see a little bit better stack and shed, a little bit better being able to play the run and get in there to make the tackle. That's not something that really stands out as the strength of his game, but you don't have to put him on the field for those situations. At 246, you're not necessarily throwing him out there as your run stopper. You're looking for him on passing downs. You're looking for him in a rotation, and he's going to immediately give you violence on special teams, which I love.
He really is. And he's going to give you leadership too.
Yeah.
This is a kid that was called the preacher by his Montreal or Carabin teammates, not just because he's an extremely devout person, but because he is the guy they look to in those moments to give them inspiration and to speak in the locker room or in the middle of the huddle and raise everybody up. He wants to be a pastor down the line after he retires, and he commands a defense from that defensive end position. He is a big personality and a guy who everyone speaks highly of. I think the Argos are going to love this guy. I think Pinball Clemens probably fell in love with this guy because of his personality.
Yeah,
The
to be sure.
The 8th overall pick is already in. This is the Calgary Stampeders, the selection they received after the BC Lions went over the salary cap by over $300,000 and lost their first round selection. And with their second pick in this draft, the Stamps go with offensive lineman Christopher Fortin out of the University of Connecticut. I know you've spoken highly about this guy. What can Stamps fans expect?
Well, right away. So we know he's a guy that's going to be playing on the interior. That's something that I don't think what I like about that is you don't have to, with some of these guys, you're going to say, well, let's see how he does at tackle first, and then you maybe move him inside. But I think you've got a CFL ready guard, and maybe the most CFL ready guard from everyone in this 2025 draft class. He's got a rare blend of size, polish, composure. He played against elite NCAA competition. I talked to you already about that UNC game that just blew my mind, like how good he was up against that talented North Carolina front. Over 800 total snaps this past season, didn't give up a single sack, only moderate amount of pressures. He's a guy you can put in right away, and a guy that we talked very seriously about the Calgary Stampeders taking first overall. So if you want to look at it from that perspective, Calgary, in a way, has two guys that would have been perfectly normal picks for the first overall pick in the draft. They now have two of them thanks to the BC Lions and their spending habits. But yeah, this is another guy that plays with calm efficiency. I love how quiet he is and just completely silencing defensive line opposition. So I'm excited to see him play at the professional level in Calgary.
Well, there's a little bit of twisting the knife going on here because the BC Lions, of course, have always needed to upgrade their interior offensive line. And here the Stampeders, with the pick they got from the BC Lions, go and select the best interior offensive lineman available so that he won't be there for the Lions in the second round. If there was going to be a critique of Christopher Fortin, it's that he's not a very good athlete, right? His numbers across the board. I think we had this conversation about a guy like Tyler Booker in the NFL draft, where it's just like tremendous film, but historically poor athletic testing, a 5.72 40-yard dash. Of course, people will say, when does an offensive lineman ever run 40 yards? And that's fair, but also 196 in the 10-yard split. Not great change of direction numbers. He's just not particularly explosive or fast from that aspect. But you wouldn't really guess it from the way he moves up to the second level. He's so technically sound and he's so smooth in what he does that it compensates for a lot of those athletic deficiencies. And then he's also got extremely long arms for an interior guy, 34-inch arms. You love to see that sort of length because that gives you another little advantage if you're compensating for some slower feet. So I think he's a plug and play type of guy, really pro ready at this stage. I've heard people liken him a little bit to a Brandon Revenberg type. We know how effective he's been in the CFL. I think the Stamps are going to really be able to be confident with that interior of the offensive line, with Christy Nakano from last year being a penciled in starter. Now you've got Christopher Fortin to push him and be that next guy up if somebody goes down with an injury.
And he's such a pleasure to watch too. Just if you're someone that finds joy in studying offensive linemen, I know you are, JC. But any up and coming offensive linemen too. Young kids who are learning the position for the first time. Watch how technically sound he is. By far the most technically sound offensive lineman in the draft, and that's why his measurables don't show up necessarily as negatives on film. From strike timing to body control, pad level, his hands, everything is absolutely perfect. And the reason he actually looks sort of explosive on film, even though we know he's not testing wise, is because his angles are perfect. His footwork is near flawless. And so he's able to compensate for that. And like you said, the tape, the length, the poise, all of those things blend together to make him a top tier prospect. He's an exciting offensive lineman to watch. I had him as my number one offensive lineman in the draft. I would have been fine with Calgary taking him first overall. Like I said, what a steal for Calgary at the end of this round.
I think sometimes when you look at the schools, some people have some preconceptions. Like UConn has not traditionally been a very strong program. So they'll go, he was a starter at UConn. What does that matter? Well, he was a starter for UConn in his senior year when they flipped that script and became a 9-win team, a real tough contender last season. He was a big part of that offense and that culture change up front. I think that he is going to be a very good CFL player. That's the end of round one, Ben. Quickly recap the selections before we move into round two. At number one overall, the Calgary Stampeders take receiver Damian Alford out of Utah. The Hamilton Tiger Cats go with Devin Verasek, the Windsor linebacker, at number two. At number three, the Ottawa Redblacks took Montana receiver Keelan White. Number four was the Saskatchewan Roughriders with Bowling Green State defensive lineman Ali Saad. Montreal went with Tiger Shanks, the UNLV offensive lineman, at number five. Then we had the Winnipeg Blue Bombers at number six, taking Wyoming linebacker Connor Shea. The Toronto Argonauts had Jeremiah Ojo, the Montreal defensive end, at number seven. And then, of course, Calgary comes back around to grab their offensive lineman with Christopher Fortin from UConn at number 8. Before we move on to the second round and switch our focus, what's the best pick of that first round, Ben, for you? What was the greatest value?
I think the greatest value is Winnipeg taking Connor Shea at 6. I find it hard to argue that. I had him on my board probably lower than almost everyone else because everyone else had him at 1. I didn't. I had him right behind that. And so to get him at 6, I think for anybody grading these players, you have to look at this and just say, yeah, this is a steal. And teams got lucky, or the Blue Arms got lucky because I think a lot of teams fell in love with their guy, and you can't fault them for that. I'm sure, you ask each individual team, they're happy with the guy they selected before Connor Shea went off the board. But there was Winnipeg with a position of need and one of the best, if not the best, player in the draft sitting there for them. I don't think you can give any other answer than Winnipeg, unless you're trying to say, well, Calgary, because they got 2 of those guys with the way that the draft worked out for them.
At the top of the second round, it is the Hamilton Tiger Cats that are on the clock with pick number 9. They took Verisuk at second overall in the first round. Is there another position of need that you see, Ben, as a possibility here at the top of round 2, or a player that's just sticking out to you as it's crazy that he's still on the board at this stage?
They've Hamilton's done a pretty good job of spreading around their Canadian talent. I don't think they need a Canadian receiver. They got 6 guys basically all fighting for spots right now as it stands in the Hamilton receiving core, unless they decide they want to really spread that out and go 3 Canadians this year. But I don't see that being a strategy for them. So I don't look at their depth chart and sort of think, yeah, they desperately need a guy right here. So yeah, they're in a good position where they can pick themselves up and say, all right, round 2, who's still round 1 talent out here? And I think you look at Darian Newell from Queens. I think you look at Hayden Harris from Montana. We talked about the quarterbacks a few times already. They're still in play. Let's not forget, he's just down the road from the Hamilton Tiger Cats. He did spend a training camp with Hamilton last year, has done some training in Burlington. And, my kids have run into him a few times too. They briefly shared a quarterback coach, which was kind of cool. They're out there and they're watching this guy ahead of them. Like, who's that? And like, well, that's Taylor Elgersma. You're not going to look like that today. So that's this kind of a fun story. But yeah, he's around the area and has been very involved and very, very present in the football community here in Southwestern Ontario. And so maybe that's somewhere that Hamilton decides to go. But maybe this is where we start to see a little bit more defensive backs get into, guys that we haven't really talked about much. That's a position we haven't mentioned much. We said off the top how much we like this defensive back class. They didn't really line up for me as round 1 talent, but now we're into round 2. I think you're going to see a bunch of DBs go over the next round and a half. Maybe it starts right here with the Hamilton Tiger Cats.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need a starter if you're Hamilton in that DB group, but you've got Stavros Katsantonis at safety. Behind him, Robert Panabaker, I thought, looked better than I expected last year. Patrick Burke Jr. has been mostly a special teamer. I think it would be an upgrade over both of those guys if you went with somebody like a Jackson Findlay or a Nate Beauchemin at this stage, and you give yourself a really high-level backup for the Bakersfield Bandit. And don't get me wrong, Stavros, I love you. I hope you're with the Ticats for a long time, but Canadian starting safeties get paid a premium. If you've got a guy coming along that you can pay a little bit less and make some of those decisions down the line easier, that's smart roster management, even if it can be a little bit of dirty business. I would love to see one of those DBs go to them here. And then Darian Newell is somebody a lot of people had mocked to the Ticats at number 2. I'm surprised he's still available now. Certainly the tape indicates that he is a top tier prospect. He would fit really nicely into that Hamilton defensive line as well.
Yeah, for sure. And he'd be really good value, I think, at this point too. But like you're saying, the DBs, I think there's something really intriguing there. Because like you said, the Katsantonis, heck of a player, but we know players like Katsantonis are just going to continue getting more and more expensive. And if you're looking down the road, is Panabaker your answer at safety? I like him. I liked him last year, and I thought when he got on the field that team got so beat up at times last year. He actually did see a lot of action. Did they even have him down at Sam at one point? I feel like
they did.
Yeah, and so he's had some action, and maybe they're looking there and saying, well, let's build for the future. Maybe Panabaker is one of our guys, but you can't just have one Canadian safety, and I don't think there's anyone else on their roster they would turn to right now. So maybe that's looking down the road, and you can turn to a guy like Jackson Findlay and know that you're going to get great special teams contributions from him, and then he'd be in a position next year to really fight for a starting spot, I would say. So that's kind of interesting. And of course, we've got some halfbacks and corner options all over our draft board here as you start looking down at the other DBs that are going to start coming up very quickly.
Yeah, that DB class is a special one, and maybe it doesn't get highlighted as much because there wasn't a guy in round 1. And I was actually a little bit miffed that only 2 of them made our top 25 when we put it out, Ben. But I think there's a lot more quality depth in that group than there ever has been in the past. And a lot of years you're talking about one 5'9" DB versus another 5'9" DB. And we know 5'9" Canadian DBs really struggle to make it in the CFL. So why are we even having this debate? Well, there's basically nobody like that in this year's class, or at least nobody at the top end. All of the national combine guys are 6'1", 6'2", 6 foot, 190 pounds, 200 pounds, guys who have the body types that teams covet at that position for translating on special teams. That's why people are so excited for it. But right now, we do have a selection at 9th overall. The Hamilton Tiger Cats have gone with defensive end Isaiah Bagna out of BYU. This is a kid who was a tough eval for me. I'll be honest with you, Ben, and it ended up pretty low on my defensive line rankings. Some of that is tape. Some of that was some of the other things I was hearing about him. Let's cue up the player first, and then I'll discuss some of the other elements to this selection.
So Isaiah Bagna, BYU, 6'3", 261. He's another. I mentioned him earlier when we were talking about Ali Saad as a guy that I had lower than everybody else, but a lot of high praise for Isaiah Bagna throughout the year. He was all over the Canadian Scouting Bureau rankings, started at 8, moved all the way up to 4, I believe, with the winter rankings. I think most recently just ended up as the number 12 player. So certainly very well thought of. But, there were some people that started to turn a little bit. And, Three Down Nation's John Hodge had him 11 in his first mock draft. I think dropped him down to 29 in the second draft. And I felt a little bit that way as well. And I'd be curious to see what you saw that made you maybe start to question a bit of what Isaiah Bagna was showing you on film.
Yeah, some of my questions on the tape had to do with the fact that I don't think he ever really improved as a player. I loved him initially when he stepped on the field at Boise State. I thought he was really exciting as a situational edge rusher. And then year after year, he seemed to have basically the same production. So he never necessarily took that next step. He weighed in at 260 at the Big 12 Pro Day. That was heavier than I expected. I thought he was more effective when he was a little bit lighter. So he's added weight over the last number of years and then tested pretty poorly across the board, which isn't necessarily a disqualifier, but raised some flags for me. But the biggest issue I had with Bagna and why I had some reservations is when he came to the CFL Combine, there were scouts that were telling me that he quit, that they thought he showed up to that event and tried to big time it a little bit. Now, I don't want to besmirch the kid. I haven't actually spoken to him, so I don't know his character. I don't know if he was getting bad advice. I know he tested at the Big 12 Pro Day the day prior, so it wasn't crazy to think that he wouldn't participate in everything. But allegedly, he said he would and then reneged and then wasn't a presence on the field like some of the other guys like Verisuk, who were out there in street clothes talking to people, cheering on the other athletes. I think the CFL staff had a little bit of a difficult time trying to wrangle him in that circumstance and keep him where the scouts were. That raised some concerns for people and would have dropped him down some boards. Clearly, Hamilton had the confidence in the player as well as the athlete, and you add a piece to a defensive line that already has Luke Brubaker. You have Owen Hubert, who was out there last year for Winnipeg with Ted Gavai, exceeded expectations. I think Bagna could compete to be in that rotation as well.
Yeah, he's like, for me, it's actually not any, I hadn't heard any of that. And so that's interesting to me. Like, he dropped for me as I started watching him more. I was just trying to picture him on a CFL roster, and I found it hard to place him. And that was my problem with Saad as well. But, if Coach Mace felt that good with Saad, I'm sure, the same thing in Hamilton, they're going to suit a guy to their system. And if they think, what, we really want an edge with some versatility, a guy that can kind of play inside and out. a guy that has the physicality. And it's funny, like you talk about maybe scouts talking about the maybe a level of quit there. I don't see that part on film like that. The effort level is consistent on film. Solid pursuit, backside hustle, like all of that. And while he doesn't necessarily have the elite twitch or technical refinement that some of these guys have, I think his tools and versatility present possibilities, and you see that on film. I'm not 100%. That's all. I think when I'm picturing where he fits in a lineup, I don't think it's a lock. He seems a little bit tweeny in a way. Like, I don't know if he's bendy enough to be an edge, and I don't think he's big enough to be inside. And so, what is he then? And that was the same thing with Saad. Like, I just don't know what these guys are necessarily. I can acknowledge they're amazing athletes. They were both excellent NCAA defensive linemen, no question. But maybe I just lack the creative ability to pencil them into my own roster here. So I was a little bit off both of those guys, but clearly the CFL and in this case the Hamilton Tiger Cats think otherwise. And so yeah, all the power to Isaiah Bagna. Good for him getting drafted right at the top of round 2.
Yeah, and contributed reg as a freshman at Boise State out of Lethbridge. So a guy who has risen to the occasion. I think he would be best suited if he cut about 15 pounds, goes down to 245, and then can become a rotational edge rusher. Doesn't have to worry about all the coverage stuff he had to do on occasion as an outside linebacker at BYU. He can just pin his ears back and be an effort guy. I think he did that very effectively on film. I liked some of what I saw there. I don't necessarily think it's in the elite category. There's other guys that would have taken ahead of him, but certainly a guy who could contribute in that capacity. I just don't know that his current body type, it matches where his strengths are as a player. He's not a power guy right now, but he's added weight to try and hold up at that level. I want to see him be as fast as possible, bring that element back to your game, work on that, and then I think that you can have success at the next level.
And this is, again, we're talking about a guy coming out of BYU with some good production numbers too. Like all these guys, whether it's UNLV or Connecticut, this is not the same thing as a school you've never heard of. And a guy producing terrific numbers. He's gone up against elite competition this past year. 383 snaps, 17 pressures, 16 tackles. He plays clean, didn't draw a single flag in any of those reps. And you see the urgency that he fires off the edge. And while I said I'd like to see a little bit more bend from him, he still managed in the NCAA level to create those numbers, to get those quarterbacks on the move. And he showed the hustle to chase guys down from behind and maybe show better athleticism on tape even than he tested with. And he tested as a pretty good athlete in some measurables. Didn't test in the bench, but he did. I think he ran a 4.9, I want to say. I want to look that up here while I'm saying that. 4.96, 40. So yeah, good speed. For a guy weighing 261 pounds. Those aren't bad numbers.
The Edmonton Elks have made their first selection of the 2025 CFL Draft. Of course, they gave up their first round pick to select Zach Mathis, the receiver out of North Dakota State, during the supplemental draft last year. So in the second round with their first selection, they take defensive tackle Darian Newell out of Queen's University. I absolutely adore this kid as a player. He is a ball of raw muscle, twitched up, powerful, will knock you back with his hands and with his frame. I think he could potentially be a starter in the CFL for a long time, a guy I would have considered a plug-and-play prospect. What did you see from this three-time All-Canadian with the Gales?
Well, I saw a first-round draft pick. For one thing, I had him actually at the top of my board. Like athletically, I don't know if there's anyone more physically gifted in this draft. When you look at his numbers, this is a guy that when I first watched him on film, when I was watching him, I was blown away by his film. Like he actually, even before I got to film, just watching during the regular season, watching Queens play, and I'm like, who is this guy? And yeah, Darian Newell didn't take long to recognize him very quickly. I had no idea he was as big as he was because he moves like a little guy. And he is
Mhm.
6'2", 290, I think 289 he measured. Yeah, 289 he measured in at. Listen to these numbers. I don't think, I don't think people generally just want to hear us list off combine numbers and times. But with this guy, I think we have to make an exception here because he's got a few gifts: 27 bench reps, 34-inch vert, and ran a 4.9640 for a guy that is close to 300 pounds and has that kind of explosiveness. That is a dangerous weapon. He moves like a much lighter athlete. Those elite explosiveness metrics for a player of his size are just something that you don't typically see in the CFL draft. These are impressive numbers, and his film shows that burst. He's the first guy off the line. He seems to jump snaps. There's a few reps that I saw where we're right down the line of scrimmage, and I went back because I was like, I'm sure he was offside on that play. And you look, and he's moving in the same frame as the ball every single time. And for a near 300 pound man to do that, that's impressive. He can two gap, he can play against the run, he's violent, and he can rush the passer. He had a couple reps just threw guards out of his way, and in one rep threw a guard into the quarterback. Like it looked like some sort of 80s Nintendo game, the way that he was taking on some of those opposing offensive linemen. So yeah, really exciting pick. Darian Newell finally off the board from Queens.
What I love about him in particular, Ben, is that he's such a nightmare for blockers to game plan for because you know the power that he has to knock you back. Like he can toss you. So once he's done that a couple times, you're going to set up, you're going to anchor early, you're going to set your feet to be ready for the strength. And then all of a sudden, he's got this lateral twitch where he'll just quick swim you and go by you like he's some 240-pound NASCAR rusher. That's not his body type, but he can do that. And you're just left punching air because he's already past you. I don't know how you game plan for a player like that, particularly as a U Sports offensive lineman. There's a reason he had the level of production that he did. I think he is an excellent, excellent CFL prospect.
You hit it on the nose. Like that bull rush threat is what makes him so deadly. Like that interior swim that you're talking about, it's so dangerous because you're like, man, if he bull rushes me, I'm in trouble here. And so you're digging in with everything you got. And then suddenly he hits you with that inside swim and you're left with nothing but air and just embarrasses linemen again and again.
The BC Lions are the next team on the clock at 11th overall. This is also their first pick of the 2025 CFL draft. A lot has been made about the fact that they went over the cap so dramatically last year and lost their first two picks in the process, both of which come back around at the end of the round to the Calgary Stampeders. But when you talk to people in this Lions organization and you ask them about losing those selections, they'll tell you our first round pick was Nathan Rourke and our second round pick was Matthew Betts. We're okay with those selections and they don't regret it in the slightest. But what it does mean is they're going to be a little bit more limited in what they can add to their roster, though it's a good draft to have more picks in the 10s and 20s, because I think that's where the strength of this draft class is. Where could you potentially see them going with their selection, Ben?
You know better than me because I know that's the team that you cover locally. But like to me, just looking at their depth chart, I feel like they need some help on the offensive line. And we've been able to say that about the Lions for a little while now. But I think really in this draft, there are a couple guys still on the board that you would think are going to seriously be able to help that offensive line. Eric Anderson's a guy that comes to mind out of Western because they're one of the few teams that if they had to play a game tomorrow would only march two national offensive line players out there. And I really think in this league to be successful, I really feel like you want three because they're there, they exist, that you have them, some really good offensive linemen. And it seems like other teams, everyone else is three bordering on four. I feel like the BC Lions could really add a guy like Eric Anderson here.
It's not offensive line, it is defensive line and a futures pick at that. The BC Lions at 11th overall go defensive end Hayden Harris out of the University of Montana, who recently signed a undrafted free agent contract with the Buffalo Bills. So you're going to have to wait on this guy. Are you comfortable with a futures pick this high when you're the Lions and, you weren't that good last year?
I am, because it's Hayden Harris. I love this guy. I had him as my fourth overall player on my own board. I think he is a gifted athlete that you don't get to see in every draft necessarily. And the more I watched of him, the more I kept moving him up my board. Like it was first for him, it was like the measurables. I looked at some of the stuff and that shows up on film. Like he looks long on film, and he is 6'5", 257. He's got a 78-inch wingspan, is the ideal frame for a CFL edge. But he's got bend too, a guy that can really fly around the outside and looks like one of those motorcycle racers where they're almost defying gravity, where they get onto such a pitch that you swear they're going to fall over, and he never does. And have that length and that strength to be able to fight off contact while doing that makes him a real rarity at that position. So his tape, I thought, showed urgency. He was really physical in his pass rush. He's got that same get off that we just talked about from some of these other guys like Darian Newell. And he's got a relentless motor. It just never stops. He never looks tired. You can't tell watching any given clip if it's the first quarter or the fourth quarter. Yeah, speed to power. He's a guy that I love watching, and I felt like he was first round caliber. And the BC Lions, I know they didn't have a first round pick, but you can kind of pretend that Hayden Harris is a first round pick because he belongs up there with every one of these guys, even if you have to wait a little bit for him. It sounds like they'll have to.
He is a first round caliber athlete. There's no question about it. I'm not sure I would have gone futures here, Ben. I thought there was some immediate needs for this team, but it's certainly a fit. If you're going to start Matthew Betts long term, you've got Francis Bemi that you reached on in the first round a couple of years ago. He hasn't really panned out, and they've used him more as an inside guy. And then you've got nothing after that because you let Josh Archibald go in free agency. Hayden Harris, when he comes up here, can immediately be in that rotation for you. And he's really a local kid because he's Canadian through his mother, who's from Regina, but he grew up in Mill Creek, Washington, which isn't too far from the British Columbia border. He's familiar with the Pacific Northwest, a former high school QB who went to UCLA as sort of a late recruit, didn't play a ton there, but came into his own with the Grizz. You love the breadth of him more than the length. He's not got crazy long arms, but those shoulders and those traps, like it's why he's able to hold up in the run game despite not being overly heavy. It's because he's so strong and muscular up top. It's like a swimmer or an action figure. That's what Hayden Harris looks like, and he is going to be able to contribute at the CFL level because of that strength and because of that motor.
And you want to, we talked about how much fun it is to watch Christopher Fortin on the offensive line because of his technical savvy. Hayden Harris is one of those defensive equivalents. You watch him on the edge, and he's got like the full arsenal of moves, the long arm stab, the club rip combos, you name it. He's stringing together moves one after another, anything he can do to get by the offensive lineman on the pass rush. But as you alluded to, like he's not giving up yards against the run either. He can play everything. I think if you're trying to find a flaw in his game, I suppose he's not as twitchy as some guys. Like maybe he's not twitchy enough to be a high-end sack artist. He doesn't have that same explosion that Flo Remolade or something like that has, but he's got a whole different look to him and body type. I think he gives you everything you want. He can be, he doesn't have to be rotational. He can be out there on every single snap. And there isn't really a time that you would think, man, we better get Hayden Harris off the field. So from that point of view, but you're right. Like BC was probably the last team I was thinking would take a guy like this, but I still like the pick because I think it's really good value. It's just whether or not the BC Lions could afford to go value here. Maybe that's the other question.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be one that fans are debating. And let's not forget, they took a futures pick early last year in Theo Benedette, who they're still waiting for that selection to pay off in a draft that's, doesn't have great offensive line talent necessarily. So the value is maybe to reach on them a little bit earlier. I'm surprised they wouldn't have used their first pick on an offensive lineman. That to me would have been the smarter move, given the fact that you may not be able to take that guy later or the top guy on your board. The Ottawa Redblacks are up next at the 12th overall pick. Ben, they took Keelan White in the first round. I look at their roster. I don't know if you disagree. I don't see a ton of immediate needs in terms of Canadian talent. So, who out there is the best player on the board left for you?
Well, I think here we're still looking at the two quarterbacks, but I think Jackson Finley probably is my next guy up on the
Mm.
board. And you want to talk about a guy that could come in and still carve out a role in this first year. That's a bunch of Canadians on this Ottawa team. It's hard to work your way into this lineup. Jackson Finley would be able to do that on special teams. 6'2", 207. He's got really good size. 14 reps on the bench is not shabby for a DB, and he runs a 4.57 as well. So you can immediately see that stuff contributing on special teams. And he's good enough a player, I think, that right away, if you ended up in dire straits in terms of an injury situation, I know they're stacked with safeties, with Canadian safeties, but we've seen stranger things happen. You only have to look over to the Hamilton Tiger Cats last year to see that they used every defensive back they had in one position or other, and they need a guy there to step on the field this year. Then yeah, I think you could probably count on Jackson Finley in whatever role you need him. He's a football player through and through. Saw top level competition at Western, and so I like that pick for Ottawa. But they can afford to go anywhere they want. They will take the top player on their board regardless of position here, because there's no one they absolutely need in this draft right now.
Well, you can never have too many Canadian offensive linemen, and that's where the Ottawa Redblacks have gone with the 12th overall selection, taking Sam Carson out of the University of Louisiana Monroe. This is a guy who started about half the games for the Warhawks last year at right tackle, but he knows it. He's a guard at the next level due to a lack of length. And the reason he knows that is because his dad, Paul Carson, is the longtime offensive line coach for the University of Calgary, where Sam started his career as the starting tackle for the Dinos before transferring down south and becoming a starter in the FBS. I got a chance to see him down at the College Gridiron Showcase. I really liked what he was able to showcase there while playing guard. What did you see from him, Ben?
He's a load in the run game, and that's where I
Mhm.
like him best. Like when he lands first, he wins. He can eliminate defenders, create movement with that natural strength and mass. He's 6'4", 300 pounds, drives extremely well. His foot speed and his lateral mobility to me were a little bit of a concern. I had Sam Carson a little bit further down on my draft board. I had a couple offensive linemen ahead of him because I don't like him as much in pass pro as I do as a run specialist. And in the CFL, to me, I think you have to look pass protection first above all else when you're drafting offensive linemen. But again, Ottawa's not in a position where they need him right away. He's shown a lot on tape that suggests that he can get better at the things that he's currently a little weaker at. And I don't think his testing necessarily limits him, where you look at it and say, well, there's just no hope for this guy. That's not really the case. He's got strength. He's got some movement ability. And while I'd like him to be faster, you can hide some of that stuff a little bit better on the inside. And his experience against D1 competition does matter. He's got some mechanical flaws, but he still managed to hold up well over 200 pass protection reps this past season, and he didn't give up a sack. So while I may not like his technical play from a pass protection standpoint, I like him much better against the run. It's hard to argue with the statistics. He was out there pass blocking and not letting up sacks. So yeah, I think he's going to fit at the CFL level. He's certainly got the strength and the mindset. And inside at guard, where he's going to be less exposed, it's a developmental pick with long-term upside as a mauling interior lineman that I think will really see some success with the Ottawa Redblacks.
Yeah, he's a bit like Tiger Shanks to me in the sense that he had that success as a pass protector, but it wasn't a lot of true pass sets There was a
Right.
lot of rollouts and things like that that were sheltering him, and he needed to be sheltered because he didn't have the foot speed to be a tackle at that level. But the fact that he was able to, as a U Sports transfer, come in for a team like that and even get on the field, let alone start out of position, tells you what type of intelligence and work ethic this kid has. Uh, I love the way he rolls his hips through contact in the run game. Like he's, I think, the best one in the draft at that in the lower half. He just bends a lot better than somebody like Shanks and is able to explode through. He's going to attack with really good leverage and angles. He can get up to the second level. I think he is somebody who you can step in behind a Darius Bladdock and give you quality depth going forward and down the line. And hey, if there's an injury to Zach Pelahos and he is the sixth man, you can stick him out there at tackle for a few reps and he's not going to embarrass himself, right? He is going to be able to competently do that because he's done it at a very high level. It's just not necessarily where he projects long term.
And the Red Blacks weren't on their own with praising with their high grade on Sam Carson. Canadian Scouting Bureau had him 17, 17, and then 12 in their three lists that they put out. John Hodge had him a number as high as 13, I think, on his first mock draft. So there's a lot to like about this guy. And while I may have had him a little bit lower on my board, I completely see what the Ottawa Red Blacks are planning. Because like you said, like I have him lower because I don't see him ready for this year necessarily. But that's fine. The Ottawa Red Blacks aren't necessarily coming into this thinking that. They're thinking long term. They're thinking this is a guy who can be here for a long time and start for us down the road.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders are the next team on the clock at 13th overall. They took Ali Saad, a bit of a surprise, the defensive tackle from Bowling Green State, with their fourth overall selection. I wondered if they go offensive line there. I feel like that's a need for this team. There's a bit of a run of offensive linemen happening. Is that where you see them going, or is there another option that's more intriguing for you?
I think it's still pretty wide open, but I do think we're going to see Eric Anderson pretty soon. And
Well,
so
you spoiled it, Ben. I'll cut you off. They just picked Eric Anderson
here
out
we
of
go.
Western, so take it away.
Well, yeah, I just think at this point he's great value. I think he at this point, if you're looking for an offensive lineman, he's a guy that I think you can expect to actually come in and play meaningful snaps this year as a rookie. I wish my draft tracker were working as well as yours, JC. I'm still on pick
I,
9
I'm
overall on mine.
I'm on Twitter trying to get them as they come in. It's CFL technical issues are real.
They are indeed. But yeah, let's talk about Eric Anderson a little bit. Like I said off the top of the show, maybe you weren't here for that. We didn't get to see him much at the combine. He landed awkwardly on back-to-back reps doing some inside run drills. And so we didn't really get to see him go full one-on-one, which was the only thing that really made me somewhat hesitant because watching him play for Western, we've seen a number of offensive linemen play for Western over the years. And that's such a good squad, such a good line, and they've got so many weapons all over the field that it is sometimes harder to gauge offensive linemen and exactly how good they are. He's also a tackle that we're thinking of as maybe a tackle, maybe a guard, so that makes it difficult too. But at the end of the day, he is a heck of an athlete. He's got tremendous strength. There's a lot to like in his game, and I think was really among the top prospects in this year's draft class, and that's from testing through to the film that he put out there. 6'5", 314. He's got that great size. 18 reps on the bench with those long arms is even more impressive. And I just love how easily he climbed to the second level, watching him in his run blocking. He finishes every rep with violence. In pass protection, it's even more impressive. It's just clean and calm, wide, stable base, keeps his weight under control. Man, I love to watch him pass block. I could do that all day. So a great pick here, a great value in the second round.
Yeah, to me, I thought I was going to be a little bit lower on Anderson initially, and I was, but I came around on him because I stopped looking at him as a tackle, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he necessarily has the foot speed to do that, even though he's got the prototypical body type that you look for, sort of 6'6", 310-ish, decently long arms. That checks all the tackle boxes. I don't know that he's going to be good enough out in space in that capacity, but the way he bends at that tackle position at that height is special. And so he becomes a much easier transition into guard in my mind. There's nobody in this class who generates as much pop on contact with his first step as Eric Anderson did in the run game. He displaced people like crazy for the Mustangs. He almost looks like he's over his skis at times. He's that low, but he shows really good balance to recover, specifically as a run blocker, and he's not on the ground in that capacity. So I think if you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders and you've got Zach Fry, who also came out of Western but wasn't the same caliber of prospect, or a Noah Zur there as your backup offensive lineman, Eric Anderson comes in and is an instant upgrade, right? He can potentially be your six-man right away if you need him to be, and he certainly has much more long-term upside.
Yeah, 6-man on day one if needed, and they don't really need that right away either. I think what you talk about with his pad level, it's his flexibility that makes it
Yeah.
look so natural. Like usually big guys like that, when they get down into their stance, it looks so awkward sometimes, and not at all with him. I was stunned when I found out he was 6'5.5" or 6'6" or whatever he was, because he just looks like a regularly sized guy, the way that he just easily gets in and out of his stance and is able to drive out of there and just be an athlete right away. He doesn't have to pop up like so many of these tall guys do. So yeah, that's what really stands out, as well as the violence that he finishes every rep with. That stands out too.
Absolutely. At number 14 overall, the Montreal Alouettes are poised to make their second selection. They surprised us both when they went offensive line in the first round with Tiger Shanks out of UNLV. Where do you see them going with this second selection?
Good question. There's a few routes they can go here. It really starts to open up now. There's still some really exciting receivers on the board. Ethan Jordan, we talked about early in this draft, is sitting there. There are also a couple good defensive linemen still there. Some futures guys like Paris Shan, maybe. We haven't really said his name yet. A prospect out of LSU, and that's a guy that could be maybe coming to the CFL down the road. Then you've got guys that we've been hearing about for years, like Nate Beauchemin, DB out of Calgary, who is very well decorated, and just about everybody I talk to really likes. Anton Hay out of Laval is another option as we start to get into that really talented DB group that are all expected to go soon. And we still got those quarterbacks that we're waiting to be able to talk about. And I don't know like what direction they're necessarily going to go in, because they don't need any specific position. So they'll probably surprise us like they did in the first round. But if I had to bet, I think, you know what, I'm going to go Nate Beauchemin here if I had to place a bet on where Montreal is going with this pick.
Did you cheat, Ben?
I did not. I'm still on Darian Newell on my tracker. Did they actually take Beauchemin?
They took Nate Beauchemin at 14 overall, the President's Trophy winner, as the top defensive player in U Sports football last year. I think most people had Jackson Finley, who's still available, ahead of him on their draft boards. He's a little bit of a better athlete, but Beauchemin plays like he secretly was given a copy of the opponent's playbook. Like he just knows where to be on every play. And he feasted on a couple of turnover-prone U Sports quarterbacks, specifically Anton Ammonrud from the University of Saskatchewan. And every time he picked him off, it seemed like he was going for 6, because he read the play perfectly. He was there ahead of time. He got the ball with space in front of him, and he finished. Do you think that's translatable at the CFL level? Are we going to see that level of sort of turnover success from Nate Beauchemin with the Alouettes?
Turnovers are sort of a hard. I don't know about predicting turnover level at the or turnover success at the next level. I think what you see from him is film study. Like he does
Mm,
recognize, he knows exactly what teams are doing. He recognizes formations. He knows tendencies, and that's what made because he's sort of got like average speed, I guess. What did he test at here?
4.6
Four
something.
6'3", yeah. So 6 feet 6'1", 204. 6'3", so sort of average speed, but he looks a lot faster on film because of that anticipation. It doesn't limit
Mhm.
his play style, and his angles are really efficient too. So he ends up playing very fast, and he triggers downhill, I think, more quickly than you see most safeties or most halfbacks do. And what I mean by that is firing before the player is thrown to. He anticipates, he sees, oh, that receiver running a crossing route, he's about to settle into a soft spot in the zone. So before the quarterback even looks that receiver's way, he's firing downfield because he knows this is the next step in that quarterback's progression. He's now going to look for that dig route underneath, and I'm going to be there to break it up when he does, or pick six hit. So that's where that nose for the ball comes from. It's in that anticipation. So yeah, a really nice player. Zone instincts are great. Active eyes. He's constantly picking up crossers and climbers. He knows the schemes. He knows when teams are trying to bait him to come down. He knows that something's happening over top, and that's where he sees a lot of his success. I think all of those things are translatable.
Mhm. It's interesting to me that Beauchemin is going to be in there as in the mix for Marc-Antoine Dequoy, because to me they were completely opposite as
Yeah.
prospects, right? Marc-Antoine Dequoy was this physical freak, this speedster who took a couple years to get to know the game at the safety position. Beauchemin is the opposite, right? Maybe a step slower than other guys, but mentally he is pro ready, he is polished, he knows what he's doing out there. I think that's a really interesting compliment now out there in the La Belle Province with a kid who I don't know if he speaks French. He's got a French last name. Maybe Danny Machocha got confused since he likes to take those Quebecers.
Yeah, I think he probably looked that one up a little more carefully than we did. But yeah, I don't have that in my draft notes on him. I've got everything else, about 500 words here of draft notes on Beauchamp, but nothing about how well he speaks French.
Well, the CFL draft tracker is still being a pain in the buttocks, but I can tell you from my own notes that Winnipeg is up next at 15th overall. We thought they had the best pick in the first round with linebacker Connor Shea out of Wyoming. Is there somebody on the board who would be the best pick in the second round as well, Ben? Can they double up?
There might well be. It depends what they want to do here. I think this might be a really good landing spot for Jackson Finley, a guy that we talked about a few times already. If you think about, I don't know that they have a starting defensive back on their roster at the moment, unless you include Reddick Cramdy at the Sam spot. But I think around that umbrella, I'm not sure what they've got there in terms of starting caliber. I'm a big fan of Haggerty, but teams haven't really been that quick to move him into a starting role. He's an elite special teamer. Maybe this is a time for them to take Jackson Finley out of Western and again take a guy that was borderline first round caliber, and I think on a lot of mocks actually went in the first round, and maybe steal another one. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers already, in my books, have the best draft going, and they've only made one pick. Adding Jackson Finley to that would only help cement them in that regard. So I think that's where I would go if I'm Winnipeg here.
Well, it remains to be seen if this is the best pick in the second round, but they did double dip, Ben, because they went back to the linebacker well and added another guy, somebody with an exceptional special teams ceiling. That would be Jalen Smith out of North Texas. This kid worked himself onto the Mean Green roster as a walk on and became an absolute demon on kick coverage, and then eventually a starter on defense with over 100 tackles last year. Are you surprised that they went with a second linebacker? And is Smith a fit here?
I'm a little surprised, although it does make sense, kind of like we talked about earlier in terms of what they're doing with their Canadian linebacker situation. If they decide they want to make one of those linebacker spots and probably we're talking about the Will linebacker spot, just looking at the two guys that they picked here. If they decide you know what, we're going to make Will a Canadian spot here, they've got two guys set for the next several years who can come in and do that 2 levels deep. Great athlete, Jalen Smith, 5'11", 224, got great strength for that size, 26 reps on the bench, and good speed as well, moving at 4'6". That's not too shabby for linebacker speed. So I like that a lot. He's really twitchy on film. He does play with some range as well. Great diagnosing zone coverage. His closing speed is something else, and he's a solid tackler. So I think all around, this is another guy that is pretty good value for him. And he was my next linebacker available on my draft board. So if they're looking to go there positionally, that makes perfect sense. And he got as high as number 6 for the Canadian Scouting Bureau on their fall rankings.
He's going to be a plus player in zone coverage for you because he played so much in the slot at North Texas. I don't think there was some speculation early on that maybe he was a potential Sam linebacker like a Reddick Ramsey and or an Enoch McConzo, who are both already on that Bombers roster. I don't think he is right now, though he would be willing to cut the weight necessary to do that. Right now, he's a plug and play weak side guy, and you have to have him on the roster because he's going to give you, I would project, double-digit special teams tackles as a rookie. That would be my floor for him. He is that good on teams. I think he is an absolute stud in that capacity. And when you're looking at the players that they have, yeah, maybe it's weird to double dip at the position. But again, Shane Gauthier is very old. Tanner Gadskill's Cadwallader is, a solid special teamer, but probably not in the elite category. And you've got nobody else. This replenishes that linebacker depth that you lost when guys like Jesse Briggs retired.
Yeah, and I like that versatility that you've got with him there. And it also allows you to play with him in more creative packages. Like you can have both he and Shea on the field at the same time because they don't necessarily do the exact same thing. You can kind of, like you said, he lined up as a slot defender, like almost like a nickel a lot. And which really suits the Canadian game. Sometimes you find will linebackers are isolated out there one-on-one, but also, like you said, if he drops a little bit, maybe focuses on speed, he is the athlete to be able to do that for sure. So that's an interesting project maybe. And in the meantime, yeah, you've got a special teams ace potential just with what he can do. The very first note I ever wrote on him was arrives with purpose. I think it was a screenplay that he blew up that I was watching. And it was just like, he was there to not to make friends, but rather to leave an impression. He's the kind of player, you played against the next day. And that's saying something for a 224-pound linebacker.
Yeah, I wonder about him taking on blocks a little bit. Like he's physical as a tackler, but I think in the churn when he got into the box, he struggled a bit more. He's better out there in space and in the edge as a tackler, but that's the role that you're going to ask him to play more in the CFL. He is much more a CFL player than a American football player. I think he's well suited to this particular game. The Argos are back on the clock at number 16, despite the fact that we have our first controversy of the Stuart Johnston era in that the draft tracker doesn't work. We are 6 picks ahead of where it seems to indicate we are at this stage. Where do you think the Argos will go after taking Ojo at 7th overall? Do they have other immediate needs, or is this going to be a situation where they can take anyone at their luxury who is the best player available to them?
Yeah, I would see them here. Well, I like the Elgersma pick here. I would have been fine with it in their first round selection. So I do like that here. I don't know what exactly they're doing with DBs, and so I'm hesitant to pick. There's like 3 or 4 DBs that completely belong right here. We've talked about Jackson Finley a lot. I still like that pick here. I still like pairing him with Tyshawn Blackburn. That works. I think you're maybe getting Anton Hay into the conversation. Cote Azor probably fits in here too. There's a few DBs. I just don't know that that's how the Argos are building right now. It doesn't look like it to me. So maybe here is where Maybe they double dip defensive line. You got a couple guys here. The Argos are not afraid of futures. Maybe a guy like Paris Shand, maybe a guy that I fell in love with at the combine, Max von Muldorfer, who I really like. Man, that guy, I was so impressed with his one-on-ones. There was not a single one-on-one rep that he didn't dominate at the combine. And where we were sitting, we didn't have a great view of the DBs or the receivers. We saw the O-line, D-line matchups up close, and he really impressed me there, more there than in his film probably. But he's a guy that I have hanging around in this neighborhood too. And if they really want to rebuild that D-line room, you can put him there with Jeremiah Ojo, who you've already got. And I think that's a pretty nice combo. Different positions, different sizes. We're almost 300 pounds on Max, but yeah, that might be an interesting pick for them too.
Let's take a moment and talk about Elgersma while we wait for this selection to come in. He's still available here, despite the fact he's not under contract in the NFL. Do you think this is a situation of teams being lower on him than the media? Or is the fact that he had 12 minicamp offers, there could still be the possibility of a contract out of that camp? There seems to be some positive momentum there. Is that what's scaring teams off right now?
I don't think it's anything to do with the NFL, honestly. I don't know. I'm not inside these rooms, but I really don't feel that. I think most teams are pretty set right now, quarterback. I think that's a big thing. And you're looking for a guy here in Elgersma. Like, how many teams right now? No one right now is going to have him as their number one, certainly. But there's even, who's having them as their number two right now? 3 or 4 teams probably. But there's a lot of really good backup quarterbacks in the CFL. And so not a lot of teams have a definite place for him. I think he's more exciting for a team like Toronto and Hamilton just because of that local tie. But also any team that is looking for help with quarterback sneaks, and I know the Argos desperately are. There's a few teams like that. I think the BC Lions would probably fall into that category as well, where they don't necessarily have an answer at that spot. But I think that's where he could fit in right away. And so I like him for Toronto because immediately you've got a purpose for him on the field while he learns the pro game and gets caught up and is poised to become a long-term number 2 and maybe eventually work his way into that number 1 spot. He can still be on your roster getting those. And I can't understate this enough. Quarterback sneaks in the CFL, while I hate them, they are an extremely important part of the game. There are some games where you'll run like 8 or 9 quarterback sneaks, 3 of which might be for touchdowns. And the Argos aren't good at this. As great as they've been over the last 4 years, 2 Grey Cups, 4 straight East finals, they have struggled with the quarterback sneak. And as a play that comes up so often, Taylor Elgersma, with that size at 6'5", 227, immediately gives you a guy that can specialize in that area. So I like him in that regard, but I don't want to understate how good he is as a quarterback. There are some quarterbacks who really only do that. He, I think, has a future in this league because of that arm talent that you talked about off the bat, his ability to attack deep, to attack wide, to attack every level of the field. I know all his highlights are just bombing it deep to Ethan Jordan, but it's because those are exciting plays. But he can also tear you up in zone coverage and pick you apart.
Well, I'm the one who has to rain on your parade, Ben, because it will not be Taylor Elgersma. It won't even be a Toronto Argonauts pick because we've had a rare mid-draft trade between the BC Lions and the Toronto Argonauts. The BC Lions get pick 16 and pick 37 in the 4th round. The Toronto Argonauts take pick 19 in the 2nd round, moving 3 spots back, and move up in the 4th round with pick 29. And the BC Lions make this move so they can select a local kid, safety Jackson Findlay from Western, from North Vancouver, 4th generation CFL prospect. I coached for a brief period at Vancouver College with the 8th grade group when Jackson Findlay was a senior in high school. And the reverence with which he was spoken about by everyone in that school and that program, you knew he was going to be a stud going forward, an all-Canadian at Western, an academic all-Canadian, a top 8 guy, one of the best student athletes in the country, and a future pediatric oncologist. He wants to be a doctor dealing with children with cancer. I wonder if that's why he fell this far, because teams are worried that in a few years he won't be on a CFL roster anymore because he's got more important things to do in life. He told me he wants to have a long career in the CFL before he even touches medical school, but he is, as a prospect, far better than this selection would indicate.
Yeah, I love this pick. They went up and got their guy. Like you said, we don't see this a lot in the CFL draft, but BC clearly feeling here like, hey, we can't believe Jackson Finley is still on the board. We got to go do something. And this is a good move for both teams. You know, likely Toronto's in a situation where we'll see what they do with that pick 19. But I think they're probably in a situation where they've got a few guys on their board they feel very comfortable with. And they've probably, through their mock draft process, found that they can probably wait on the guy that they're targeting next. And so BC, yeah, full credit to them, goes up, gets their guy. I really like Jackson Finley's tape. Wonderful change of direction, wonderful range. He just controls that back and takes away that back level, that dangerous space, and blows up anything that comes his way. He's very decisive, and that intelligence that you talk about, it doesn't always translate into football intelligence. It does with Jackson Finley. He looks like somebody that's targeting an advanced degree later in life because of the way that he plays, the way he diagnoses. He does everything you would expect to see an intelligent football player do. His decision making, his angles. I love him in the deep middle. I love him in those robber roles too, where he can come and surprise quarterbacks underneath. So I think the BC Lions get a heck of a player, first round talent in Jackson Finley.
Yeah, and a legacy guy. I mean, his grandfather was a multiple-time CFL All-Star for the BC Lions, right? He's very much somebody who has been shaped and molded to take on this role. I don't know if DB was the place where the Lions needed the most help. Christophe Beaulieu, who they drafted in the 3rd round last year, was sensational as a rookie, and he's going to be a long-term starter at safety. So I don't know how you match that up with Jackson Finley, who I feel very similarly about. Now you've got 2 of them, and you also had Patrice Rene, who started a number of games at various defensive back spots as well. So I didn't think they were going to go in the Finley direction, but maybe it was just a spot in the draft where you go and you say, I can't believe this guy and this person is available. I have to go and get him. I have to bet on a blue chip guy at this stage. I don't think you can go wrong with that type of philosophy.
Yeah, it's like the BC Lions didn't look at their depth chart when they came into this draft, but I love that. Like, I love that they're just like, these are the best guys. Let's take these guys that we like. But yeah, like that's the one position where they're pretty loaded, like with Beaulieu and Ringland, who I like as well. And Patrice Rene that's sometimes position that doubles the Sam linebacker spot. Those are 3 guys that I really like as players, and they've just added a 4th. But I can't argue it because Jackson Finley was the next player on my board. And like you said, he's a local guy. I think this is a win-win-win. And maybe being a local guy, maybe that's the one team that could get him to stay around even longer than he was planning to. Sometimes staying closer to home has that effect. So I like the pick a lot for the BC Lions, even if I don't know what it means for their depth chart.
Well, the picks are going to start picking up a little bit here, I believe, just as the draft tracker has. Oh, it crashed for a bit, but now it's back and it's still not updated. But at 17 overall, Ben, prepare yourself because you're going to have a lot of excitement. I think you may be the lone man on the island who would have seen this player in the same way, because the Calgary Stampeders, with their 3rd pick in the draft, go tight end from North Dakota, Quincy Vaughn. It's a shocker for me, but I know you were high on him throughout the process.
I love Quincy Vaughn, and I was talking to a lot of Argos fans about why the Argos need to draft Quincy Vaughn in the 2nd round, because I didn't think he would be there that long. Quincy Vaughn is a tight end, or a tight end / fullback in the CFL. What I love about him, he was a quarterback just down the road from me at Football North out of Clarkson in Mississauga, and a 4-year quarterback, award-winning quarterback in Canadian high school football, who transitioned into being a tight end because of the type of athlete he was. at North Dakota, 6'5", 250, and he can move. And so what makes him so impressive? You say, well, there's a lot of tight end guys that can do that kind of thing. Because of his quarterback experience, he is an outstanding quarterback sneak artist. And I do say artist. 11 for 11 this year on quarterback sneaks, 16 quarterback sneak touchdowns in his career at North Dakota. He never misses. He's so big. And it's not just like you can put any fullback under center. I know Hamilton and Calgary might disagree with you over the years, but he's a guy that has taken undersnap centers for years. And so you don't have to teach that to him. He can come in right now and be almost every team in the CFL's best quarterback sneak artist. I truly believe that. I know that's an important skill. So I love that pick for Calgary. I think that's a great pick. I'm still on Darian Newell here, by the way, on my draft tracker.
I am as well. This is the Canadian version of Tommy Stevens, who you lost in free agency to Saskatchewan. Yeah. I think Quincy Vaughn can be that good in that capacity. Now, is there enough value there for me to take that 17th overall? No, I would have taken an actual quarterback long before that, and we've got two of them still on the board. But I think there was a need, both from a sneak perspective and also just as a fullback tight end type. There's William Longley and nobody else with Calgary. And Longley is long in the tooth at this stage of his career. You need to start finding somebody to replace that. They've tried with Lucas Robertson. They've tried with Sebastian Howard. They've taken a number of these guys over the last couple of years, and none of them seem to have worked out at this stage. Maybe Quincy Vaughn can be that guy. I'm skeptical, because I don't think he's good enough as a blocker right now, because he doesn't really know how to do it. And I think he's still unpolished as a route runner, but the physical traits are there to teach him how to do it. And while you teach him, he's still going to bring value on your roster in the ways that you described, Ben. So certainly a surprise to me, but I can see the logic that gets you to this selection.
And there just aren't a lot of fullbacks in this draft. There's like one other guy that I'd probably draft, maybe two at most for that position. Now, but I don't know if that's why they're drafting him. Like, I think he plays on every single special teams unit, and he takes your 5 to 8 quarterback sneak snaps a game. I think that's, if that's all you get out of him, I still think that's a good pick.
Well,
but I wouldn't have thought he was the first quarterback off the board.
I would not have guessed that at all. Sorry, I've got to cycle through my notes to find out who is picking at 18th overall, because, again, the CFL Draft Tracker isn't even showing future selections at this stage. It will be the Winnipeg Blue Bombers who are up on the clock with the 18th pick. They've taken a pair of linebackers. Do they go linebacker again, or is it somewhere else, Ben?
It can't. I would love it, because it would just be funny at this point. But no, there's no more. I don't have any other linebackers for a little while on my board, and I think they've got enough linebackers for the time being. I don't know where they go here, because they haven't really kind of followed. They're kind of working with the BC Lions logic a little bit here too. But there's a few directions they could go. Receiver, I think, is a real possibility here. This is an offense that might be kind of fun, adding a guy like Ethan Jordan to the mix. I think that would be a really nice Jordan. Fit. Are they going receiver?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's his Laurier teammate, Taylor Elgersma, goes off the board to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers at pick 18. You have your heir apparent to Zach Collaros. We've talked about him ad nauseum, but what else can you say about the Heck Crichton Trophy winner?
Well, I think this is a really nice landing spot for Elgersma. I think this works really well for both he and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, because we know Zach Collaros is not going to be around forever. We've said that for a few years now, and he keeps proving us wrong. But at some point, and it's not going to be this year, but at some point, he's going to hang it up. And I think that's a perfect situation for Elgersma, because I don't think they have a natural successor on the roster right now. Shea Patterson, Chris Streveler, Jake Dolegala. I don't think we're looking at any of those guys as sort of the next starting quarterback for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, but Elgersma really could be. And what better guy to learn from than Zach Collaros? So you put him in there. Probably, who this may really threaten this year, maybe that really threatens Streveler's status, because I wonder if they might use Elgersma as sort of a short yardage option. They don't have to, but it'll be interesting to see. And of course, Patterson's in there too. I don't know how he's going to fit exactly, but yeah, I like that situation for both Winnipeg and Elgersma. It's probably the perfect fit for all involved. And I can't help but wondering, were the Argos trading back thinking, well, we'll just get Elgersma at 19, only to have the Winnipeg Blue Bombers pull the rug out from under them? I don't know, and we'll probably never know. But yeah, he ends up in Winnipeg, and I think he'll be really happy about that. And I think Blue Bombers fans should be thrilled with that pick. Again, great value. They continue to draft extremely well.
Yeah, that could very well be part of the logic of this selection that, hey, we know the team after us very likely would have taken Taylor Elgersma. The value here is insane. I know some people are going to say, okay, he's a second round quarterback. That's teams telling you that he's not the starter caliber prospect that everyone's been talking about. I don't think that's fair. I think there is some tentativeness because he had 12 minicamp invites. He's only going to 2, but one of those teams used one of their top 30 visits on him. I think there is legitimate momentum towards him signing an NFL contract still. I don't necessarily think it is a high percentage, but it's not a low percentage either. I'm 50-50 on whether that's going to happen at this stage, and that scares some teams off of that. The other thing I think is in consideration here in terms of why he might drop a little bit is, well, I mean, sorry. Now I've talked myself into a corner. I think he doesn't necessarily give you the immediate impact that some other guys do, and you're going to have to develop, right? So you've got priorities at other positions. Everybody says, yeah, it'd be great to have a quarterback, but I've got this immediate need here. You talk yourself out of it. Once you get to this stage in the draft, you absolutely are looking at where the value is. And to me, the value here, if he comes up right away, if he comes up in 5 years, is still Taylor Elgersma. He's a tremendous prospect. And I won't be shocked if Curtis Rourke goes not too far behind him because, again, we've talked about the fact that he's in a really good NFL fit, but even if you get him in 4 years, there's tremendous, tremendous value.
Yeah, what I like about Elgersma, that the size, the arm talent, the field vision, like all that stuff's pretty translatable. I think people get scared off a little bit by his Vanier Cup performance too. Like that was probably the worst game I've seen him play, but it wasn't on him. He was under so much pressure. The unfortunately, as good as Laurier was, their O-line just wasn't a match for Laval's D-line. And so Elgersma had no time at all. And unfortunately, the weakest area of his game is when he's under duress in the pocket. And he just didn't have to deal with that very much at Laurier because in the OUA, he was well protected. But when he went up against that Rougeayor D line, he had no time at all. And he was having to get rid of the ball off timing, out of structure. And that's really not his strength. So if you take that game away, though, there's a lot to like here from him. And even if you have to wait, I think it's worth it. Love this landing spot.
Yeah, the mobility is a little bit of a concern with him. He's not a great athlete. He's a great quarterback.
Yeah.
Even compared to somebody like Curtis Rourke, who gets called not a great athlete, Taylor's less mobile, even in the pocket, than Curtis Rourke is. But he's also thicker, and he doesn't have the injury history, right? Taylor Elgersma will take a shot if he needs to, right? And I think he proved that in that Vanier Cup because he took a lot of shots. And even though they lost, he got better as that game went on, and he never gave up, right? They kept going after that tremendous Laval defense. To me, yes, it gives you some concerns, but it also gives you some confidence in the fight that this player shows.
He also never stopped looking downfield. That's what I loved about his Vanier Cup fight. Like it would have been easy just getting hit again and again and again to start looking check down and get this ball out of my hand quickly. That beautiful sideline corner pass that he threw to Jordan White in that game, the one sort of big highlight that Laurier had in that game was late in the game. Like he had been beat up again and again, and he hung in that pocket, took a shot, and delivered a ball on the money right on the sideline. It was just the perfect spot for it. That throw to me made up for anything else that you might have seen in that game that made you question him as a pro quarterback.
The Toronto Argonauts, after trading down into pick 19, have taken another defensive end, Ben. They've gone with Paris Shand out of LSU. He's a Toronto kid. Now, I should preface this entire conversation by saying I have been accused of being crazy for being low on Paris Shand, and I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk about that a little bit more. I have to eat an onion on the podcast tomorrow because I said there was no chance he was signing an NFL contract. He is indeed under contract now with the Buffalo Bills. But what do you see from this prospect before I start to poke holes in his evaluation?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what you come up with. I think he's a machine, and I'm not the only one to have him as high. Like, I think I have him at 11 on my board. He was as high as 2 for the Canadian Scouting Bureau. I think 2, 3, and 4 was how he ran there. John Hodge had him mocked at 10th and 11th. There's a lot to like about Paris Shand. We look at him physically, 6'3", 268, 17 reps on the bench. His 488 40-yard dash is what really stands out to me, because that was a bit of a question. I didn't know how fast a mover he was on film, and so seeing him run with that 4.8 time, I thought that was pretty impressive. And let's not forget too that he's playing at LSU against the best football players in the world for that level. So I didn't have him as my top defensive lineman, had him as my 4th, but all the other guys went very quickly. They all went earlier on, and the guy I had just ahead of him, Jeremiah Ojo, is already a Toronto Argonaut. So yeah, I love his combination of length and rare movement skill. And if you look back to his earlier film, not his LSU stuff, but his Arizona stuff, that's where you kind of get the athleticism confirmed.
To me, there is elements to him as a prospect that make you want to drool, right? He's got 34-inch arms. That's crazy. He has got good, albeit not insane, athletic measurables, right? He's a good tester, but there are other guys in this draft who tested similarly. The big thing is that logo on the side of the helmet, because you just don't get guys in the CFL draft who are playing for LSU, sorry. That doesn't happen, right? That's an elite SEC program. And so he's doing it against a high level competition. My concern is this: he's not the same level of athlete on the field that he is as a tester. I thought he was a little stiff. And the result of that was he played a lot inside in his career, despite the fact that he was very undersized for that at that level. And he got banged around a bunch in the run game because of that. I didn't like to see that. I'm less concerned about that in the CFL, but he also didn't show a ton of threat as a pass rusher. I thought he has the tools, but he doesn't necessarily have the arsenal yet, right? He is rudimentary at times in what he does. He doesn't necessarily have a second move to go to. And those are all things that I would have expected to see from a guy who played and started at Arizona and LSU. I think there are concerns there with him, not dissimilar to a guy like Daniel Joseph a few years ago, who was a very highly touted draft pick, who wasn't maybe as athletically gifted, but ultimately hasn't panned out at the CFL level after getting an NFL opportunity with the Buffalo Bills. The tools are there if you can develop them, and maybe the Bills help him with that, and the CFL is the ones who benefit, because he is a converted basketball player. He hasn't been playing that long, but I am just tentative to rate him as highly as some other people. And really, this 19 range is where I would have taken him, even if he hadn't have had NFL interest. So I think the Argos get decent value here with Shand.
And there's no question, like, I agree with you, there's more potential than polish with this pick, but I think his movement traits, size, and his pass rush upside, as well as like that versatility, inside out versatility, do make him one of the higher ceiling projections in this class. It is a projection, but we're talking about the 19th overall pick. I'm completely fine with that. I do think this is really nice value for the Argos at pick 19.
Up next, we're into the where are we now? We're in the 3rd round. This is really difficult to do without a draft tracker. Calgary at 20 overall is up next. Hopefully the CFL can sort this out, because the picks are about to start coming faster than Twitter can update, and that's not going to be a lot of fun going back and forth. But the Stampeders have had a whale of a draft thus far. Damian Alford in the first round, first overall. Christopher Fortin at the back end of the first round, and then Quincy Vaughn in the second round. This is their fourth selection in the top 20. That's typically seen as the mark for elite talent in the league. And they are going with a player that we both love, who is going off the board higher than we expected. Anton Hay, the defensive back out of Laval, elite special teams prospect who hasn't necessarily played a ton on defense, but is this a guy who's going to be a better pro than he was a college player?
I absolutely think so. I actually had Hay very high. I think higher than anyone else I saw. I have him at 15 on my board, and it was because of one measurable in particular. Well, maybe two. He was absolutely elite with 3-cone and his shuttle. His shuttle time that he posted, 3.96 seconds. That was faster than I believe anybody in the NFL Combine this year. And I think there's only two people in like the last 3 or 4 years that have posted that kind of shuttle time. And 6.62 on 3-cone it just blows my mind, that sort of athleticism. And you say, well, yeah, but he must be like 160 pounds. He's not. 5'11", 199. To be able to put that kind of agility and movement together, he has potential. Before we even start talking about DB, he has the potential to be just an absolute wrecker on special teams, a special teams stud based on those measurables. So I had him as high as 15. I recognize that was really high for a player that we just hadn't seen that much tape on from a defensive back perspective, or certainly CFL level tape from a defensive back perspective. But yeah, he was my third defensive back on my board. I absolutely love this guy.
Well, the Calgary Stampeders needed to get better on special teams, and they needed depth at defensive back behind Ben LaBrosse, who they're going to start at halfback. I think you've accomplished both of those things with Anton Hay. And there's really only one statistic that you guys need to know about this kid. 5 blocked kicks in his college career at about 20 regular season games. That is absolutely ridiculous. He is a mismatch as a gunner. He is a mismatch coming off the edge to block kicks. He is going to be a guy who plays on all your special teams units and is a leader on those units because of how good he is. I really like this pick for the Stampeders. I thought they were going to go with a different defensive back, to be entirely honest, based on some of my conversations, but Anton Hay, that's a damn good pick in my estimation.
Yeah, it is. I love the pick, and I watch some of those pump blocks. He's got moves on it too. Like he times the snap perfectly, times his rush, but he sort of duck walks. Like he's able to like dip low around guys. He just bends in a way that nobody else can. To get 5, like it's not just a fluke at that point. He has a gift for that, but he'll be on every single team's unit because he's got that urgency, that high motor. And never really turns it off. Like he's not without holes as a defensive back. Like he does take some poor pursuit angles. He can be a little bit eager or aggressive downhill. But I think most of the things he doesn't do well are coachable traits. These are things that I think a coaching staff can bring up. And he doesn't need to jump right into a starting roster right away. So he can be that special teams ace, and he can learn to kind of iron out some of the wrinkles in his game while he's doing so. So overall, yeah, versatile defender, legit upside, capable of contributing on defense, but he will be a special team stud.
The Hamilton Tiger Cats are up next at pick 21. They went Devin Veresuk in the first round, Isaiah Bagna in the second round. Who's the best available player on your board right now, Ben? Where could the Ticats be looking as Ted Gavaya looks to put his stamp on this team for the very first time?
I'm looking at a few different names here. I think there's some receivers that are really tempting. Ethan Jordan, we've talked about from the word go. I have him at 17 on my board. I think Daniel Weeb starts coming into the conversation too out of Saskatchewan. He's a really gifted receiver. Hakeem Harris, like those are 3 guys I would love to plug in. All very different, actually. All very different guys in terms of build and play style. But they're all around this level. I've talked about Max von Mildorfer, who I think is still higher on my board than anyone else's, but I think that's a nice place for him. Curtis Rourke, we expect to be called shortly. So, these are all good options for the Hamilton Tiger Cats, who don't specifically have an absolute need right now at this position.
Yeah, I think any of those guys would be a solid selection. I wonder if they go on the offensive line because we've seen them do that so often. It's not a need, but you can never have enough Canadian offensive linemen, and they've liked to sort of backlog those guys, as it were. And they've also taken a lot of guys out of UBC in the last number of years. So Arvin Hassani is the best offensive lineman available in my estimation. Maybe this is a fit for him as a potential depth piece. That's sort of been the Ticats strategy under, I guess it should say, the previous administration. But Ted Gavai did just trade for Kyle Sampson earlier today, who was a UBC guy who he drafted higher than anybody had on the board. So maybe that's transferring over with the new leadership.
I like that strategy though. Arvid Hosseini, I really enjoyed watching at the combine. He's a heck of a player. And to me, there's like two more offensive linemen that I feel good about. And after that, I really think you're starting to talk about projects. So the two guys I have on my board still, Ethan Vibert out of South Dakota State. I really like him. I have him slightly ahead of Hosseini, but they're basically the same grade for me. And so I have them ranked 25th and 27th respectively. So I think if they're going to go there, that's probably the strategy. We haven't talked running back yet, and this isn't an overly strong running back class, but we are starting to get into the ballpark where I expect to see the first running back go too. So we do have to look out for guys like Joey Zorn from Windsor, who might be close to having their name called in the next couple of picks.
Absolutely. The picks are coming in out of order on Twitter, so it's an absolute disaster in terms of CFL live draft coverage right now. We will get the results to you as soon as we possibly can. The Vibert has come off the board, but I won't spoil where it is because it's not at 21, and I have no idea who was picked in between now and then. So we are at the mercies of technology currently. For anybody watching us, we will try and get you the information as expeditiously as we possibly can, as the Hamilton Tiger Cats, according to our data, are currently on the clock, but may not be based on other information.
Yeah, I've got like
Yes.
4 different sites open here, and I'm no better along than you are. So we'll try and figure this out together.
Well, the Hamilton Tiger Cats have posted and then deleted a tweet indicating that the pick was Arvin Hassani. So I'm going to operate under that assumption right now and speak a little bit about Mr. Hassani, because he's a player that I fell in love with at the combine. I thought he was the best offensive lineman there. Plays really low, which has been a tendency for some of these UBC guys as they've been as they were taught by the late Dan DeRazio. But super athletic, super balanced, gets into guys' frames despite, shorter arms. He'll get in there, get his grill in their chest, and create a lot of drive at the point of attack, but also was fluid enough as a mover that he took quality tackle reps, despite the fact that he only has about 31-inch arms. For the uninitiated, most NFL teams especially put a 33-inch minimum for you to play the tackle position, but Arvin Hassani has the compensating feet to play that position in a pinch hitting capacity. What did you like about him as a prospect?
Yeah, I love that versatility, like you talked about. Like he can play anywhere along the line and not look out of place. I always like watching UBC line film. We've done a lot of it over the last couple of years. Really like him in downhill run situations. I do find him a little bit inconsistent sometimes as a pass protector, but that's being really picky. Like I just think he generally, once he gets engaged, puts his guy away. Pad level, foot drive, all of that stuff is solid. He's got a good base. I think, he's in a good situation here where he can probably grow into being a little bit of a swing lineman, being able to fill in pretty much everywhere, like you said. But I absolutely think he's a guy that will grow into a starting spot. I don't think it'll be this year, but where we are in the draft, that makes sense. You're not drafting for a starting tackle or anything like that right now. I think to get a guy who is going to have a long career at guard and can maybe take a year to really learn the ropes, I think is a perfect situation. But like you, I loved him at the combine. I thought he was one of my favorite guys to watch. And on film, for me, it's the delayed blitzes, like the way he picks up delayed blitzes for a guy that isn't like 6'7" or anything like that. He seems to see them coming from everywhere, and he knows to disengage at the right time and pick up his man. So there's real upside with Hosseini, and one of the few really talented remaining linemen here on the draft on my board.
Well, we're going to have to pick up the pace a little bit here to try and play catch up with this chaotic draft order. But number 22, another UBC guy goes to the Edmonton Elks. John Hodge, eat your heart out, because I had him at 25 of our top 25, and he goes at pick 22. Skylar Griffith, the tight end from UBC. 38 special teams tackles in 23 games. The kid is a monster on the teams, and I think he's got tremendous upside as a receiving threat as well. He's coming off a torn ACL, MCL, and meniscus, unfortunately, which cost him his season. Won't be ready for training camp, but look for this kid in 2026. He is legit. And then at 23 overall, the Montreal Alouettes keep it in the province with Danny Machocha's old team, and they take Montreal linebacker Gabriel Lessard, a backup special teamer as well. Ben, what you like about him?
Gabriel Lessard, I had him a little ways down on my board. And just to touch on Skylar Griffith too, while we're at it, JC has been raving about Skylar Griffith. I love him as a player. I have him a lot lower on my board just because I'm not as big on fullbacks unless they can also quarterback sneak, like we talked about Quincy Jones. But yeah, Lessard is a little bit of a surprise to me. I did not have him going as high as this. So yeah, interesting to see what the Alouettes are thinking there. I know going local makes sense. He's a guy that I really like personally because I got to sit beside him on the flight back from the combine. And there was a lot that stood out to me on film for him. I knew he was going to be drafted. I didn't think it was going to be this high, but yeah, really, really excited about seeing that pick. 6'1", 233, got great strength with 21 reps on the bench. 4.86 on his 40, but yeah, just a banger, a guy that will get in there. He has no fear. He plays with aggression. He's got really nice tackling skill. Not a guy that you see in a ton of coverage, but he can pick that up and do it if you need to. I like him in that middle linebacker spot, but I think most importantly, he can be a badger of a player on special teams. And I think that's where he's going to make his mark as an Alouette.
I think he's, again, in that category with Anton Hay as guys who are going to be better pros than they are collegiate players, because he can give you double-digit special teams tackles. He was playing behind two guys at Montreal who won the President's Trophy in Nicky Fernaccio and Harold Masson. He goes ahead of both of them, right? Two guys who are named the best defensive player in the country by opposing coaches, and this kid on special teams is getting drafted ahead of them. That teaches you, if you're a young guy watching this broadcast and you're like, how can I make my mark? How can I make it as a pro? Make it on special teams, because that is how you are going to get a job at the next level. I'm waiting on word of pick 24. That is the Edmonton Elks selection. It has not yet been made public, but
let me just jump in while you're refreshing your browser there and hoping that the CFL Draft Board will update itself. Lessard had the middle seat on our flight back, and that was not a good place for him. This guy has massive legs and did not at all fit in the middle seat on our flight, but also one of the best mustaches in the game too. So you add that to what he brings as a football player. But yeah, love his control, love watching him deliver contact, and he shows real pride in his special teams work, like you alluded to. Leadership traits, I think, that he probably got from the guys that were ahead of him on the depth chart. You see that, and that really stood out at the combine too, just getting a chance to see what kind of leader he can actually be, because I don't think we got to see it too much at Montreal because they had so many different leaders on that team, so many experienced Caravan players who were more likely to be the voice than he might have been. But yeah, he can absolutely turn into a guy. I called him a glue guy a guy that will do those unglamorous jobs and instantly boost the bottom third of the roster while pushing for meaningful defensive reps.
Yes, he's going to make you better in the ways that CFL teams need to be better in a lot of ways. So I really like that selection for the Alouettes, and especially with the local connection there. Still no word on the Elks at 24. I got lots of spoilers here, Ben, and there's some exciting ones coming down the pipe, but I don't want to rule it out of order for uh, any of our listeners. So wait with bated breath. There is a quarterback who has gone off the board. So
That can
stay
only
tuned
be
for that.
Rourke. That's not much of a spoiler. If it's
Well,
anyone
I
but
haven't told you
Rourke.
the team yet, Ben.
Yes,
So
that's true. That's
just
true.
wait with bated breath while we anticipate that particular selection. Um, if you want to, oh, here we go. Hey, the Edmonton Elks, after taking Skylar Griffith at pick number 22, take the guy he blocked for at pick number 24. That's Isaiah Knight, the UBC running back. Not a great tester, Ben, but this is a guy whose production level is off the chart. One of the youngest guys in the draft, 571 career carries for the Thunderbirds, 3,603 yards. I think he's got great vision. He's quicker than fast. He's got a big frame, longer arms than running backs typically have, which bodes well for special teams. I really, really like him and ranked him ahead of where his measurables would suggest. Clearly, the Edmonton Elks, which again, we talked about the Hamilton Tiger Cats taking all those UBC guys. All those guys are in Edmonton now. Now they're taking all the Edmonton guys or all the UBC guys to Edmonton. Here's another one with Knight.
I had no idea what to do with Knight. His film was the best of every running back by far. It's not even close, but his testing was so poor. And so you and I had a bunch of different text conversations about, what do you do with guys like this or Opie, for example, who's sort of the opposite, with the traits versus film, the production. And it really brings up an interesting argument. No question. Isaiah Knight looks like $1 million running the football. But yeah, 4.8, 240. And the numbers that he put up on the 3-cone and every other drill, it just seemed really out of whack with what we saw on tape. But yeah, Edmonton willing to take a shot with him. I like Isaiah Knight. I had no idea where to grade him. I wanted no part of grading Isaiah Knight.
The 25th overall selection is in, and it is a quarterback to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Your QB of the future could be Indiana's Curtis Rourke. A Rourke in Saskatchewan after you've been beaten up on Nathan all these years. It doesn't feel right, but this is great value, even if he's going to be in the NFL, right, Ben?
Yeah, he's a winner. I love his toughness. He showed that not just through the injuries, but willing to take a hit, a real team first guy. His one season at Indiana, he leads that program to an 11-2 record, their first ever playoff appearance, 2,827 yards, 27 touchdowns, completing over 70% of his passes while playing with a torn ACL. So this is not your normal quarterback. And to be able to get him, even if it's down the road for Saskatchewan, I think is a really exciting futures pick. And it will be down the road. I'm not thinking we're going to see Curtis Rourke for another 4 years, to be honest. But I think the pick is worth it, especially here. I think it was probably fine to take him in the first or second round, to be honest. So at this stage, I think that's a wonderful pick for the Rough Riders.
The Montreal Alouettes at 26 overall go with receiver Hakeem Harris out of Davenport. This is going to be one that some people are going to be mixed on. I was high on Harris because of the potential. It's not a great receiver draft. Montreal needed a receiver. You're getting a big body guy with huge athletic upside, right? He's 38.5 vert, 10.9 in the broad, 4.59 40. Just excellent numbers for a guy who's 6'2", 210. But you wonder why he wasn't able to do anything at the D2 level, right? Just 18 catches in his career for 267 yards. You see the flashes, but it's going to be a real gamble on the upside with Harris, and you have to feel confident that you are going to be able to develop that skill set to take him this high. I like the bet, but some people won't. At 27th overall is a guy you were super high on, Ben. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers take Ethan Vibert from South Dakota State, the offensive lineman, mauling guard. What did you like about his game?
Yeah, I really like Vibert a lot. And just to quickly, and we don't even have time for this, but on Harris, I like that pick too. I just think his team around him was maybe what was preventing him from really standing out as a contributor. But I think there's a real upside in him. With Vibert, smooth, technically polished, great balance. His pass protection really stood out to me. He had some flashes of promise as a run blocker, but again, that's secondary to me as a CFL offensive lineman. He's got really great timing with his punch, with his first contact. He always seems to stun the opposing defensive lineman, and he rarely gives ground. Any kind of rush he can take on. He's got great moves. He's got great counters. He can adjust. And he's one of those guys that when he does get beat, he's got great recovery. And so with this board, the way it's shaping up, like he's the last offensive lineman I really feel comfortable with. There's some other draftable guys for sure, but I like him in this spot. I think that's a nice pick.
I think this is tremendous, tremendous value from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They needed an offensive lineman here in this draft, a guy who could potentially be a sixth man this season. They get one in Ethan Vibert, because even though I worry about the pass protection a little bit, in the run game, he is everything that you want, a true stud. At 28th overall, the Hamilton Tiger Cats go with a defensive back, one of my favorite players in the entire draft, Ben, Mac Bannatyne from the University of Alberta. This kid should be in the conversation with Findlay and Beauchemin by my estimation. He lacks the same frame. He's only about 6 foot. A little bit undersized, not super long arms. I shouldn't say undersized. He's decent sized by normal standards, but he's playing against giants in this particular draft. But you see the instincts, the way he flows on the field. He's so rangy with his ability to cover from the safety or the halfback position and make some plays with his head on a swivel that are absolutely crazy. The best cross-field tracker by my estimation in this draft. I am extremely high on this pick to become a backup here to Stavros Katsantonis out there in Hamilton.
Yeah, I love his route recognition. That's what stood out to me. He sees what's happening as it's developing. He anticipates breaks really well, and he's got the athletic testing to be able to back that up too. Like he did run a fast 40. He's got functional agility for sure. Footwork is really efficient. He never gets going the wrong way. I like that. Again, that's part of film study, part of knowing what's coming, but you never really see him false step. And I think that's huge for a safety when you talk about avoiding big plays and having busts. He's just a guy that doesn't really do that. At least he didn't with the Golden Bears.
The Toronto Argonauts go back-to-back with picks 29 and 30 on a couple of guys that fans might not be familiar with because they missed the combine process due to injury. First of all, at 29th overall, they go UBC offensive lineman Gavin Cokes. He broke his foot in training, won't be ready for training camp. But this guy is an absolute people mover on the interior, a longtime starting center on that talented UBC offensive line. Just a great form blocker who moves guys off the point. I think this is great value here at pick 29. And then at pick 30, they go with Windsor corner Istvan Asibo-Dadzi, who was an All-Canadian last year, didn't get a chance to test due to a torn labrum, but I just think has exceptional feel for the position, is great in off coverage. There's a lot of really good man cover corners in this draft with long arms. Asibo-Dadzi is not that guy, fortunately for him, because that's not the game that most CFL teams play. So it doesn't shock me that he's going above guys like King Amberts and Deloney Robinson based on the fact that he fits the CFL game a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a really interesting pick. And I think I'm just trying to update my board here as we're doing it. And I was hoping that the tracker was up and running. It is not yet. But yeah, I think that's a really intriguing pick. Gavin Cokes out of UBC. 4-year starter, right, with the Thunderbirds, and so
Yep.
he's got that experience, positional flexibility, like you talked about, along the inside or the interior of the offensive line, and he's a pro-ready center, but doesn't necessarily need to jump into that right away. So I think there's a lot of good stuff that he's got on film. I actually like him. I like him as a guard as well, but I think probably center is where we see his future. 6'3", 314. Some of the guys on that offensive line right now are going to start getting, well, they've already gotten pretty expensive. So that's a position where the Argos could certainly use some youth, and it would help their pocketbooks a little bit too.
The Edmonton Elks are back in action at pick number 31, and they go to the defensive line. They took Darren Newell at 10th overall. They take his teammate at Queens, Silas Hubert, at 31. We talked about with Parashand the measurables and how that projected really well to the CFL, the 34-inch arms, the great testing. At just about every metric, Silas Hubert was better as a tester than Parashand. He just doesn't have the same logo on the helmet. He's not polished with his hands yet, but when he gets them on you and he can long arm with that 34-inch reach, he is an absolute problem for blockers to handle. I think people were low on his brother last year when he went in the 8th round, Owen Hubert. He stepped in and started a couple games for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers as an 8th round pick. Silas Hubert is going to be way better as a pro than his brother was, and he could see some rotational time early.
Yeah, he's got nice technique too. It doesn't really slip either. He looks the same in the 4th as he does in the 1st. Stout at the point of attack. He's also he's one of the best at shedding blocks. I love how he can disengage. Most of the guys we talked about earlier in this draft, that's one of the things they have trouble with. He doesn't. He can free himself immediately. He's got really nice angles, and you see him like work down the line of scrimmage. He stays involved in the play. He never really gets kind of stuck or caught up in the wash. So yeah, that's a nice pick, Silas Hubert of Queens.
The Calgary Stampeders are up next at pick number 32, and they go linebacker Nicky Alexander Farinaccio, the President's Trophy winner in 2022 out of the Université de Montréal. This guy takes on blocks like nobody's business. Tell the guys a little bit about him.
Yeah, this is a just really instinctive middle linebacker, high football IQ. He's got that production track record that we didn't really see from like Lassard, for example, who was taken a little bit earlier. Like this guy has a resume. His tackling is sound. He arrives with violence. You don't see any yards after contact with him too. Like wherever he's a wall. So wherever you run into him, that is where you stop. There are no yards after contact when he's involved. He's a little bit limited in man coverage. I don't foresee him doing a ton of that, but that would be sort of, the one maybe warning sign with him. But he chooses good angles. Like the reason that his long speed doesn't really show up as a liability on film is that his angles are good and he plays smart. Like he's just got really good instincts. He took a ton of snaps in his time in Montreal. So yeah, 6'1", 217, all sorts of aggression. I like that pick. This is a really nice value for a guy as well decorated as he is.
At 33rd overall, the Ottawa Redblacks have gone Mufta Ageli, the defensive tackle from Northwestern Oklahoma State, formerly an All-Canadian at Windsor. I think he was off everybody's radar a little bit in the draft process because he transferred down south and then elected not to go to the combine. I think he got some bad advice there, but just absolutely the strongest guy in every room he walks into. A true nose who can just toss opponents like rag dolls. He put up 40 bench press reps at the East-West Bowl in 2024 before transferring down south. Had a little bit less at his pro day, but just ridiculous strength and not a bad first step for a guy that size. I think he's cut a little bit of weight. That's going to help him out as a pro.
Yeah, he's like a straight line gap control player, right? Like that, you're not having him scrape along the line or anything like that. But his best trait is that point of attack strength. He hits you with every bit of that 40 bench reps every time he does. Like he can just jam that middle up. I love having him out there as a nose. just about 300 pounds, 6 feet tall. He has not just the strength, but the mentality to fight through traffic. That's something he does really well. So compact and powerful against the run. And he can also collapse the shelf. Like, he's not really a pass rush specialist. Like, he's not going to get sacks and things like that, but he's going to cause problems up front and maybe force quarterbacks to find some escape lanes or throw off their back foot.
With the 34th overall selection, the Saskatchewan Roughriders make a lot of people in the province very, very happy because they have selected linebacker Seth Hundeby out of the University of Saskatchewan. This guy is not going to be available to the team this year because he's going back to school to finish his engineering degree. But what are the Riders getting once he steps foot on their field?
Sorry, I was just doing two things at once here. I missed who the pick was, JC.
Seth Hundeby.
Oh, sorry, Seth Hundeby. Excellent. So I've been waiting for Hundeby to come off the board because as a linebacker, I actually had him as my next ranked linebacker like a few picks ago. He was a guy that I really liked watching at the combine. Terrific athlete. And I think, with his 6'2", 251, it's a combination thing again, where he's got that strength, but he's also got play speed. That 4.7 that he ran at 250 pounds is pretty impressive. 35-inch vertical as well. I love those numbers. So I kind of fell in love with that on testing day, but then he was able to back that up with his play as well. And then you go to watch his film and yeah, he looks like a CFL linebacker. Now he can do some other things because of that weight. He can come up and play off the edge. You can kind of play him as a hybrid. You can line him up as a defensive end. So I have him as a linebacker in my head, but I think probably from a coaching standpoint, you're thinking of him more as an edge rusher who can actually sometimes line up in that linebacker role, the way that we've seen with like Flo Remalade, for example. Very different athlete, but you would see him line up as a middle linebacker on pass rush downs because he's got that positional flexibility. So I really like Hundeby because he can do a little bit of everything and he can allow DCs to get super creative.
The Montreal Alouettes go with Keanu Yazbek at pick 35, the running back from Western. This guy wasn't always the starter at Western. In fact, he was never the starter. It was Keon Edwards, but a real change of pace with some speed, who helped himself at the combine, a hoss coming downhill who will run through your face when needed, and was a hell of a defensive end in high school as well, I believe, Ben. Is this some special teams value with future upside?
Yeah, absolutely. Special teams value. Another one of those guys that I labeled as a Badger. And that's going to come out on special teams like versatility. He can play on every single team's unit. He doesn't have breakaway speed, but he moves efficiently. He moves with control. 5'11 and a half, 212 pounds. And I think, as a ball carrier, we didn't get to see him a ton like you alluded to, but when you did, he ran with purpose. He had really good forward lean. And I think that's a testament to that body control and that strength that I spoke about. So I do think, this isn't a guy you're bringing in to necessarily carry the ball. He can, but as a special teams player, he projects as a really strong core contributor, particularly as like a personal protector on the punt unit, which is really valuable. And I really like him as a rattlesnake on the kickoff team. That's the guy that stands in front of the two returners. I think that's the perfect spot for him, where he can just look to take somebody's head off. First man down the field, he's going to go and annihilate somebody. So yeah, I can't wait to see him get those special teams reps. I don't really expect him to be a ball carrier, but he can do that if need be.
I would love it if I could see the draft tracker right now, because I believe there's an error on the current graphic of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers next draft pick, because I think this is the pick they traded. It was originally supposed to be 39 for them. Now it's 36. They're still calling it 39. I'm going to operate under the assumption that pick number 36 is New Hampshire receiver Joey Corcoran. Not the best tester, Ben, right? He struggled a little bit in that capacity, but after the combine, I wondered if he'd be a faller. And I had people tell me, no, they were more confident in him after the fact because he moved so smooth in person, that he's a better player than he is an athlete. Super productive at UNH. What did you think of him?
Yeah, he just didn't wow with the testing numbers, but his film looks good. Like he always found ways to win, and a lot of it was the little details, like route detail, timing, toughness. He had a very good relationship with his quarterback too, and that to me speaks of intelligence. He's
Mhm.
sure-handed too. 3 years of starting experience at New Hampshire is, nothing to laugh about, certainly. And so, with that body control, the way he attacks the football in the air with those hands, and he's also a guy that doesn't shy away from routes over the middle of the field. He runs just as aggressively across the middle as he does down the sideline. So, yeah, I think he's a nice pick and a guy that does play above his measurables. So, yeah, I don't mind that pick at this stage of the draft for sure.
The BC Lions are up next with pick number 37, and they go along the offensive line finally with a guy I really like, Connor Clausen out of the University of Regina. This kid comes from Big River, Saskatchewan. There wasn't enough for a regular football team where he grew up, so he played six-man football for his high school career, then went to the CJFL with the Regina Thunder, was exceptional there, played right tackle for the Regina Rams. I think he projects inside at the next level. Not a mauler by any stretch of the imagination, but a great angle blocker. I thought he's really sound. I like this pick for the Lions, who have always needed to add a little bit to their interior offensive line. Connor Clausen fits the bill and was the next guy on my board.
I actually kind of like his run blocking reps. Like I kind of felt
Mhm.
he was a tone setter, really physical, nasty mentality, which is funny because you don't generally get that sort of thing out of a guy that's just played six-man football. Like for me, I thought there were a few more questions in pass protection. I thought that was a little bit more uneven, but he's got the strength to absorb bull rushes. I think sometimes he gets a little bit off balance, and some of those things, like these are all coachable things. Like hand timing, to me, wasn't quite there. Is I don't know, just sometimes overcommits, maybe leans a little bit too much. And that's stuff that can be corrected. I think this is a nice pick based on that projection, taking a guy that is clearly an athlete at that size that he is, with
Mhm.
6'3", 311. Anytime you get an athletic guy who really hasn't had the same experience everyone else has, and he's still playing at that level, I think that tells you that he's still got some growth in there. And with a good offensive line coach, I don't see why Connor Clausen can't turn into something special.
The Calgary Stampeders were up next at pick 38, and they take Guelph receiver Vishon Genesis, who, to me, not a great tester, understands where to go in space as a receiver, but his thickness, his blocking ability, I thought was what really separated him. I can see a special teams future for him. I could even see him, Ben, taking some reps at fullback or H-back or running back in that capacity because he showed some vision as a kick returner, despite the fact that he's not particularly fast, but 220 plus pounds and really broad shoulders. He'll get into your face as a blocker and could help you out in a number of different capacities.
Yeah, he's just got such a weird build, right? Like his
Mhm.
his 40 time obviously I'm sure raised some concerns, but that didn't really throw me too much. I thought I had him ranked pretty high, but he was taken even higher than I had him projected. So again, they're seeing something in him, but I think it has to be just looking at a special teams projection. Like he was a gifted return specialist, which is weird for someone like you said of that style and that sort of athleticism. But he has some special things, like he's got good field vision, which it doesn't just exist as a returner. That also exists in navigating downfield, on kick coverage, for example. And with that frame, 5'11", 221, when you can move as well and as confidently as he does through traffic and not get caught up in it, I think that speaks to real special teams potential. So that's what I think that is. This is 100% a special teams ace sort of pick. I don't think they're looking at him as a receiver.
Again, we have what I believe is some errors as a result of the trade earlier today. Uh, I think this is pick 39. They're listing it as pick number 36 in round four, but potato, right, Ben? The
Yep.
Hamilton Tiger Cats in the fourth round with the pick that they either traded or didn't trade, or however it worked out. Um, Take Ty Anderson, the defensive tackle from Alberta, who I thought was a sneaky good player, really disruptive in the run game.
Yeah, and he's ahead of a lot of guys on my board that have already been taken. 6'2", 283, a defensive lineman that, like a lot of the others we talked about, have that sort of versatility. He's got
Mhm.
strength with 21 reps on the bench. He's got good speed for an interior guy. And I think he's one of those guys that you feel pretty comfortable um, being able to put anywhere. You can line him up inside and feel good, but he's actually got enough discipline and enough quickness to come around the edge and feel confident he's not going to blow contain if you want to play with some trickery or play games along the defensive line. So that's kind of a fun way to look at it. But if you're thinking of him at this stage in the draft as a defensive lineman special teamer, I think you've got some upside with him there. There is explosiveness in his game. And I think that as one of those guys that you can't just put DBs and receivers out there in your special teams unit. You need some heavy men. And as they go, a guy with that kind of size and this kind of speed, that makes total sense at this stage in the draft.
At pick 40, the Edmonton Elks go with McGill offensive lineman Domenico Piazza. This is a guy who isn't particularly big. He's only 6'1", 298 pounds, short arms, but played basically his entire career at tackle for the Redbirds. I project him as a quality player at center in the CFL, just absolutely pounding feet. It's really fun to watch some of his tape. He will now be backing up David Beard and Phil Grahovac in that center conversation for the Edmonton Elks.
Yeah, leverage savvy guy. One of those guys that always is in good position. Really nice awareness around him. His pass protection reps are really solid. He anchors better than you would think he would too. What I always worry about with guys like that, and again, at the center position, it doesn't matter as much. I do like my linemen to be a little bit taller, just so you can see blitzes coming over top of the man you're engaged with. So that I want to look for at the next level, but he's got some time to grow into that. So yeah, I think this is a nice project for a guy that doesn't need to come in and start right away. Very good depth option who might develop into a starter down the road if he can complete that journey from tackle, maybe all the way inside, at least to guard, if not to center.
The BC Lions go back to the offensive line well at pick number 41. They take Dre Dwaron from the University of Kansas. This is a kid who was a redshirt freshman starter for all 12 games at the University of Buffalo 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, I should say, and then decided to transfer to Kansas and basically hasn't played since. I think his feet are a little sloppy as a result. He's not necessarily moving as fast as his mind does, but I know from talking to him that he had opportunities to potentially be uh, a graduate assistant at the NCAA level at an FBS team, and decided he was going to focus on trying to get on the field in the CFL. So he's intelligent, he's a locker room guy, a tape studier. I just don't know that he's ready to step in anytime soon because he just hasn't played in so long.
He made the wrong move in going to
Mhm.
Kansas. I think it might have been good for his career long term, like if he wants to go into coaching and so forth. But yeah, the play time that he missed out on, like that first year where he had hundreds of snaps and then he went to like barely anything. It was hard to find film on him at all at Kansas. But there is some upside. Like I do like how he plays like through the whistle. There's definite energy in there. You could see why people would be looking at him as a coach as well. He has great pre-snap read. He knows what's coming before it gets there. He struggled a little bit when he was asked to drive bigger, stronger defenders off the ball, but he never lost clean. This wasn't a guy you ever saw lose without resistance. So I like him as a player. I think there's some interesting things in his game, and I think the intangibles are what make him really intriguing.
At pick number 42, the Ottawa Redblacks keep it local and they take defensive back Eric Cumberbatch from the Ottawa GGs. This guy's a physical freak, unlike any in the draft, off the charts testing numbers. That's why you got a minicamp invite from the New Orleans Saints. I just don't think he has the ball sense to play defensively at the next level. He gets a little lost at times, can't locate it in the air, and can't make plays on it as a result. I know there were other people who were low on him for the same reasons. Is he going to be able to make up for it with special teams ability, or where do you see him fitting with the Red Blacks?
I see him as a special teamer. Like he's a fluid mover. He's got great explosiveness. Like a lot of those traits that he tested so well with do jump out on film, but there are too many weaknesses there for him to be, I think, anything other than a versatile depth piece in the secondary. Like that's what I think he can line up as a backup almost anything in the secondary because really he's out there for his special teams upside. But the some of the things that you see him do as an athlete, just seeing him run around, you're like, yeah, that's a CFL athlete out there. But there's just a little bit too much maybe to clean up from a coaching perspective. And some of the things that you'd think by at this stage of the game that he would have down, he doesn't quite positionally. But I love him as an athlete, 6'2", 200, and he moves like a guy that's like 180 pounds. And so I think that's definitely an asset to any secondary. Knowing that he can back up almost anywhere as well, I think helps.
Another special teams type of guy goes with the 43rd pick in round 5 to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Liam Hoskins from the University of Windsor played a lot of linebacker. I think he's a defensive end in the CFL, was a situational pass rusher, not a full-time starter on that Lancers defense. There's another guy who started at defensive end for them who has not been taken yet, but has all the special teams traits that you want and is going to be running down the field on kickoff early for the Saskatchewan Roughriders without a doubt.
Yeah, and these guys are hard to put on our draft boards because of the fact that I don't think any team is really looking at him as a positional player. And so it's special teams value, 240 pounds to be able to run a 4.6. There are a lot of receivers that can't run the 4.62 that he ran. He's got 35-inch vertical. That's great explosiveness from a guy of that sort of, fire hydrant kind of build, 6'1", 240. So yeah, special teams upside is huge. I don't know how much you're going to see of him positionally on the football field.
Up next at pick 44, the Montreal Alouettes go back to the Carabin and take a defensive end, Gabriel Maisonneuve. He was the guy on the opposite side from Jeremiah Ojo, and I think criminally underrated as a player. He shows all the bend that you want to see from the position. I think can contribute on special teams as well. The thing that probably drives him to this stage in the draft is he's going back to school next year. So you're going to take somebody like a Hoskins first because he's going to be available right away, whereas you're going to have to wait for Maisonneuve. But with Isaac Adiemi-Berglund, Lual Uwak, Josh Archibald all off the edge there in Montreal, he could be part of that rotation in 2026 and beyond.
Yeah, if he's coming out this year, he definitely goes higher. He's got some real upside. Will be exciting to watch. When he eventually gets to the CFL, it's that combination of speed and leverage. He's got good bend. He really arcs low to the ground around the tackles. And because he's got that speed but strength combo, he can really catch you off guard because he can also suddenly bolt inside and, with a little bit of arm strength, get you back on your heels. So he's an exciting player. But like you said, there are reasons that he's slipped this low.
The Winnipeg Blue Bombers at pick number 45 go with a Saskatchewan Huskies linebacker, Lane Novak. This guy, I think, has a special teams body. He's got some range and ability to play in coverage. I thought he could dip in a little bit underneath larger blockers, but goes in a little bit high at times. But that doesn't necessarily impact you for special teams. He's got that speed and contribute. This is the third linebacker that the Bombers have taken for the record. That was clearly a priority for them entering this draft.
Yeah, he can do a little bit of everything too. Like I don't eliminate this guy as being a potential positional player. I think he does have special teams upside, but he just has great awareness. He hit a bunch of pass breakups and a lot of things that you don't necessarily see from linebackers of that size, 6 feet, 229. I think there's a lot to like, but it's with development. Like he could grow into a rotational linebacker with starter upside. He's going to start as a special teamer.
The Toronto Argonauts do the first real shock of the draft in my mind, and they go at pick 46, Jalen Rayam out of UTEP. This guy would have been the UTEP starter this year, but he's missed each of the last 2 years with injuries. He has not played basically at all except for a single snap since 2022. Had some good rotational reps at Middle Tennessee State, but there was serious injury concerns. I didn't have him on my linebacker rankings because of that. A lot of people did not have him on their draft boards. The Toronto Argonauts are going to bank on the upside here in round 5.
Yeah, and I'm one of those guys that I crossed him off. It was just too many questions for me to have him on my draft board. I didn't feel comfortable enough with it. But you and I don't have the advantage of contact with the players to the same degree
Mhm.
that teams do. And I think that's where through interviews you could find, and through talking to staff and trainers, that you know what, this guy's going to be ready to go. And we like what we did see on film. And so maybe the Argos seeing this as a real lottery ticket pick at this stage of the draft. And I think that's, if you got a lottery ticket right now, this is the time to buy a lottery ticket. So absolutely interesting pick. But yeah, one I didn't see coming. It just was too many questions for me.
And maybe they take him because they know he's got connections to the Calgary Stampeders, and the Stampeders had the next pick in the draft at 47 overall, and they used that pick on just an absolute grinder of a running back in Ludovic Choquette out of Long Island. I know you like this guy in terms of the things he does as a blocker and special teams player, despite being a little undersized. Tell us about him.
Yeah, and I think at this stage too, we're talking about all these guys as special team players largely. Like, this guy doesn't have breakaway speed, but with as a ball carrier, he hits the hole decisively. He runs with good pad level, and I think that translates into a lot of other special teams roles. He's going to be a pass protector. If a team needs him to step up in that role, because he does that well. He stays square, he's alert, he's fearless picking up blitzes, and a lot of that translates really easily to special teams. And if you look at sort of his coverage skill on special teams, like it's sort of linebacker like, as he has good lane discipline. He's a violent tackler, so he's kind of like a running back linebacker hybrid you've got playing special teams. And if you really needed him in pass pro, he can step in and do that. He's not going to be a ball carrier in the CFL, I don't think, but I think all of the stuff that he learned at Long Island will translate really nicely into the CFL as he tries to make a special teams career for himself.
If you're just joining us now in these later rounds, we're drinking from a fire hose here without the benefit of the CFL Draft Tracker, which is down. And these teams are putting out their picks on Twitter at just incredibly different rates right now. So we know some of the picks ahead. We're currently waiting on the 48th overall selection, which is held by the Hamilton Tiger Cats. They've taken a number of players at this stage in the draft. We're in round 5 right now. We will get that pick to you as soon as we possibly can from whatever source we can possibly get it to you from. Is there any major needs for you with the Ticats currently when you're looking at their depth chart, Ben, as we wait for them to announce their selection?
Just as I bring up their depth chart, I just want to, like, it is astonishing what's happening between the draft tracker and like the CFL Twitter right now is on Mufta Ajeli has just come out. Darian Newell is still the most recent draft pick on the tracker. And so trying to do this through social media and through text messages that we're receiving is not a normal way of operating. But let me bring up Hamilton's depth chart here and see what
I've
we've
got
got.
the pick for you now.
Oh,
So
go. Yeah, bring it. Bring it.
that's it. It is at 48th overall, out of UBC, Ronan Horrell, who was not a full-time starter at safety for the T-Birds, had some injuries, but played a lot on special teams and showed some really special change of direction ability, raising himself up from the invitational combine at basically 6 foot, what is he, 6'1" and 200 pounds. Some special movement skills there. with
Yeah, his
Worrell.
his vertical leap 35 and a half. His broad was 121. But yeah, like you said, that change of direction, 6.72 on the three cone. Anyone that puts up those numbers is going to have a chance to show their talents as a special teams player in the CFL. So I like that pick. JC, I'll go back to you because I know we're trying to catch up here with a bunch of picks that have come flying in, or at least I think we are.
Well, some of the picks have come flying in, others of them haven't. But we will see what Edmonton has done at 49th overall with the next selection. And they went with Daniel Hochevar, the offensive lineman out of Guelph. He wasn't the highest Guelph lineman on my board, but he was right behind Ethan Pyle, and he's got more of a prototypical size, moved shockingly well at the CFL Combine. I thought some really good testing measurables from him and some solid tape with the versatility to play guard or tackle.
Yeah, he's definitely lacking a bit of size that I would like to see from him, like that the top tier linemen in the class have, but you can't really do anything about that. He gives me, like, personally, I get a shudder because I had a math teacher in elementary school of the same name, and so every time I see his name, I just get this little flashback. But yeah, pass protection, he's got a powerful anchor, he's got strength, he's got a really strong punch. I think even better than his strength testing numbers show, like he's a better athlete, I think, on film. He's really good against bull rushers. That's where I like him the most. I think there are some vulnerabilities, though, when it comes to his lateral mobility, and that's where he can kind of get beat. The ability to mirror the defender in front of him, that worries me a little bit. But again, we're at a stage of the draft where you can draft guys who are teachable, and this guy has things that you can correct as an interior offensive lineman.
The BC Lions are up next at pick 50. They, of course, did not have many selections early after losing their top two picks. And they had some special teams depth here at linebacker with Chase Tatarin out of the University of Alberta. He's an undersized linebacker, only 212 pounds, but I thought he did his best work as a blitzer, Ben. He's super strong, super physical. I have complete confidence that he can come downhill and make an impact on special teams. I thought the Lions did a similar move last year when they drafted Terrence Gagne higher than I would have selected him. I think Tatarin is better than Gagne is, and Gagne played basically every single game for the team.
Yeah, Tatarin is super strong too, and you see that on tape. Like he just throws guys around, and not someone that you want to get in the way of. Absolutely ready to be a special teams guy. 5'10", 212, 24 bench reps. That's where that strength is coming from there, and he moves pretty well for a big guy that's low to the ground.
The Ottawa Redblacks have pick number 51, and with it, they selected, as it's loading for me here, Ben, they have selected, finally off the board, Laurier receiver Ethan Jordan. This is tremendous value for me. The problem he falls this far is because he's so small, 5'10", 177 pounds. You're basically saying he's either your starter or he's not on your roster because he can't play special teams. But he runs a 4.44. He was the best receiver in all of U Sports, the 18th player in the history of the league to get 1,000 yards in an 8-game regular season. Just dominant and smooth as a deep threat. I would lean towards that starter category, Ben. What would you say?
Yeah, I like him. Put him outside as a Z. Like he can be there right now. 4.40. That is fast. His change of direction is really good too. His highlights are all deep routes because he had Elgersma like just launching moonballs for him, and he had the speed to get past almost anybody. But he can actually route run. Like he can cut inside, and he's also dangerous off jet action. Maybe you even move him inside to that R position just to use that speed laterally and get him a few carries a game. I love this pick late. I had him really high on my board, so I'm shocked to see him go at this stage.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders are up next at pick number 52, and they take a guy who was not at the National Combine, but who really impressed with his testing numbers at the Invitational. That's getting a guy from the University of Calgary. If you're going to start a corner in Devon Campbell, you need a backup corner. To me, this is a guy who could play backup corner for you. I wonder if he's rugged enough as a tackler consistently to stick long term in the CFL, but he put up 16 reps on the bench, which is a lot more than a normal DB does. So I think that gives you more confidence that he's going to be able to contribute on special teams.
And it gives you time. Like he doesn't need to be, and I don't know if he's going to be a starter or even a positional player who gets reps, but he can back up. And while he's doing that, I think could really turn into a special teams ace. The numbers that
Mhm.
stand out, probably that 4.5 40 and the 16 reps on the bench. That's what special teams players are built with. You add in the 6.753 cone. This is huge athleticism. You want guys like that on your team. Absolutely.
The Montreal Alouettes are up next at 53rd overall, and they go with another Montreal based product, or Quebec based product, I should say, in Laval receiver Isaac Gaillardets. This guy didn't end up making my final receiver rankings despite going to the national combine because he just didn't have the production that I expected to see with a guy with some of his measurables. But 217 pounds, you're looking at this guy as a special teamer first. And it's extremely valuable to have receivers who are big enough and physical enough to play on special teams.
Yeah, and I did have him on my receiver board, but near the back end of it, it's like you're saying, the reason you include him is for that sort of dirty work, grunt work. That's a sort of profile, like willingness to block, body control. He can back up as a slot or possession receiver, but because of the lack of breakaway speed, he's going to compensate in terms of earning a roster spot with strength, technique, functional athleticism, and good old fashioned guile, which is, of course, the hallmark of every special teams ace.
The draft tracker is finally working, Ben.
Whoa.
It is a miracle. At pick 54, we can finally see it updated, and we're behind the ball a little bit here, so we'll speed up. At 54, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers take safety Ethan Ball at the University of Calgary. I'll be honest, I did not expect Winnipeg taking the son of a former Riders play-by-play host, but Ethan Ball deserves to be picked. This guy actually saw minutes on defense for North Dakota before transferring to Calgary. I think he's a true special teams body as a DB.
Yeah, I like this pick. Ethan Ball really impressed me as a player, and like you said, like there's pedigree there with his NCAA time. Like you are an athlete if you are playing down there. And up in Calgary, he kind of moved over to that halfback spot, which again kind of lends itself to the positional versatility that he might be able to provide you while making plays as a special teamer. But he's got decent size. He's just kind of an all-round athlete. 4.6 40, 13 bench reps. He's a football player through and through. Really happy to see him selected in the draft. And I think this is a nice spot for him in Winnipeg, where he's going to get some really nice coaching and develop his game, and maybe has that potential to see meaningful defensive snaps down the road.
At pick 55, the Toronto Argonauts go with running back Joey Zorn out of Windsor. This is a Canadian or American who qualified for Canadian status because he graduated from Windsor. Super productive at running back, elite speed. He was our top ranked running back above Isaiah Knight for all of those things. I love the explosiveness. Does he fall here because maybe teams question the blocking and the special teams ability?
Yeah, I think that's it, because as a runner, you can't question too much, and you're kind of projecting a lot of his special teams contributions. But he was my top ranked running back, 6 feet 213. He led U Sports in yards per carry, 8.4, and averaged over 100 scrimmage yards per game in 2024. That's pretty impressive, knowing who he had to play against every week too, and that it's Canadian football. But yeah, great acceleration, great balance. He's a guy to get excited about, and maybe a guy that can replace Dan Adeboboye in some facets as well.
Um, Also allegedly walked on as a safety at Michigan State before deciding to go to Windsor. So there's potentially more special teams upside than some people realize. The top of round 7 with pick 56, the Calgary Stampeders went offensive lineman Matthew Stokeman out of the University of Manitoba. This is one of my guilty pleasures of the draft, Ben. He's 334 pounds, but moves better than you'd expect for it. Just a real grinder inside for that tremendous Bison's offensive line.
Yeah, I like him too. Like he's down on my board because it's going to be a while, I think, before he gets in there. But he's not a guy that I'm going to cross off. Like guys like Eric Starzala over the years, where you're like, what happened to that guy? He's just on practice rosters, and then suddenly there he is
Mm.
years later, carving out a role for himself and getting meaningful snaps and meaningful minutes. And I think that guys at this stage of the draft, the offensive lineman that you're taking here, this is a very physical. Like physically capable, I should say, offensive lineman, really intriguing tools, a guy that just needs time. And so with that, with some coaching, there's no reason why he can't turn into something down the road. I do love his movement ability for his size, like you said. I think that's enough to work with, where you can turn him into something useful.
57th overall, the Hamilton Tiger Cats go with Manitoba defensive back Jake Nidichoruk. This kid played cornerback at 6'4" and over 200 pounds. I don't think he has the movement skills to play there at the next level, Ben, but is potentially a depth safety and has the downhill hitting ability to contribute as a big bodied special teamer.
Yeah, he's pretty fun, Nidichorek. I kind of liked watching his film. I didn't know what to do with him though, because again, he can't play where he played in
Mhm.
university. So you're going to have to teach him a new position, but that's fine. Like an exceptional athlete. In the meantime, you got great size, great length. He's going to be a disruptor somewhere in that special teams unit. And I think if he can learn to be a safety, he's got like 6'4". Is that what he's measuring in it? Yeah. So like,
Yeah.
he's a big DB, but he managed to play for the Bisons really well.
A true 6'4". The Edmonton Elks are up next, and they take a legit speedster of a receiver out of the University of Alberta. That is Colby Herford at pick number 58. I don't know that he moves in and out of his cuts as fast as he is in a straight line, but he was a crazy deep threat, especially back in 2022 when he had over 20 yards of reception and was one of the most lethal receivers in the country.
That's sort of his trick, though, and I wonder if they can get more out of him than that positionally. I think he's going to be a great special teamer, though. Like he's got that speed. You talked about
Mm.
what he run a 4.45 flat or something like that. 4.51 he ran, and so he can burn that straight line speed. He's got to develop a little bit more to earn time positionally, but again, special teams upside is huge.
Yeah, he's got a little physicality too, which you like to see from your receivers. The BC Lions go with a third offensive lineman at pick number 59. That's Alex Berwick, the center from Western. The tape here with Berwick is absolutely awesome. You see him sort of reading things out of the back of his head, moving well laterally, just a true center. But he really, really struggled at the CFL Combine in Regina. Did that give you cause for concern with Berwick?
Yeah, I didn't like his play at all at the combine, and I did like his film, like you said, and so he really got knocked on my board because of that. I don't know what was going on with him at the combine, but he just didn't look like the same player. I don't know, like he's got that flash of football IQ that you see on film, and maybe in one-on-ones you just aren't able to show that off to the same degree. He doesn't look like lost because of confusion to me or anything like that. He knows what's coming, but there's an issue with leverage. There's an issue maybe with functional strength. He was in a position where he could get some help at Western when he needed it. So I don't know. I'll be interested to see how his game translates. But yeah, it's one of those guys like Isaiah Knight, right? Like a guy that looks good on film, and then suddenly you see him one-on-one or testing or whatever it is, and it's like, I don't know now. But yeah, maybe Berwick will turn into something because I certainly did like him as a Mustang. It just unfortunately was tainted a little bit by that combine performance.
The Ottawa Redblacks were up next with pick number 60, and we're back to the CFL Draft Tracker not working, by the way. So this is according to the Redblacks Twitter account. In round 7, pick 60, they go with Laurier linebacker Jaden Griffiths. He has really impressive range for an invitational combine guy. 4.74 speed was better than I expected to see from him, Ben, and some good physicality to his game. You project him as a special teamer because of that ability to run downhill with speed and close quickly. But I'm not sure that he's ever going to see the field on defense.
No, I'm with you on that, and I think that's probably how they're seeing it too. Nothing really stood out to me on film where I'm thinking, yes, this is going to be an every down player, but a lot stood out to me where it's like, yes, this is a very athletic man who can move at a good pace and carry some weight with him. Someone that I would not want to run into at full speed, and so he makes a good special teams prospect for sure.
And at this stage in the draft, you're really looking for one or two traits that you can really lean on and project to the next level for that special teams capacity. Pick 61 might be your favorite one of the entire draft, Ben, because they take a player I know you would have taken much earlier. The Calgary Stampeders go with a local guy who went to Western University in Max von Muhldorfer, the former junior Pan American weightlifting champion who blew up the combine with his testing. It's short arms that hold him back and a lack of pass rush ability. But boy, oh boy, is there some exciting upside here.
Oh, there absolutely is. Like this guy, I can't believe he slipped this far. He was one of my top ranked defensive linemen. I know the short arms, and I kept hearing that, and I'm aware of it, and I know how much that inhibits you as a defensive lineman. But he was the most dominant and disruptive defensive lineman at the CFL Combine, hands down. Whether he's rushing the passer, defending the run, he was a constant threat to blow up plays before they developed. That first step of his is electric. He times the snap well. Everything about his game at the combine really stood out. Now, his play at Western it didn't necessarily explode the same way, but even still, he was able to win in a lot of different ways. He has excellent leverage awareness, uses his frame well. He kind of gets underneath really easily. He's 6 feet. He doesn't have like the same height as a lot of the offensive linemen that he's going up against, but at nearing 300 pounds, he's a problem. And with that motor that runs so hot once he gets going, I think he's got a real chance to get positional reps as a defensive lineman. He's certainly got the ability to be a special teamer, but I don't want to limit him there. I saw him as a potential, what do I have him here? As a potential third round, late second round, early third round draft pick. So I really like this pick at this stage.
Well, John Hodge set the over under for quarterbacks taken in this draft at 2.5 and said he was going to bet the under. Well, the over just hit because these Montreal Alouettes, with the 62nd overall pick in the CFL draft, drafted Jonathan Senecal out of the Carabin, the Université de Montréal. This guy, I've got some problems with the way he throws the football in terms of his consistency. I don't necessarily love his technique as a passer, but an absolute magician, a playmaker who can do things that nobody else can from that QB position. I wonder if he's a future positional convert. I know he's pretty dead set on staying at QB, but maybe he's your short yardage guy. He's certainly a camp body, and there's something you can do with that athleticism, in my opinion.
And he's got a lot of fight in him, and that's not necessarily something you see from quarterbacks every day. There's an aggressiveness to, an attitude that he carries with him that I really like. I didn't have him on my draft board. He was one of my last few cuts from my draft board. I had him as basically an undrafted free agent. And I'm really happy to see him go, though, because, again, a guy that has done nothing but win football games, and he's done it in a strange way. He hasn't necessarily looked as picturesque doing it. It hasn't looked as artistic in the process, but he found a way to get it done. He wins, and so Montreal bringing him in, I think it's perfect. It's a perfect team to bring him in. A stadium he's very familiar with, so we'll see what he can do at the pro level. I'm cheering for him. I'm not sure I see it as a quarterback in the CFL, but I'm more than willing to give him his time there.
At 63 overall, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have taken Eastern Michigan defensive end Trey Lang. He's been a producer everywhere he's gone in his college career. The problem is he's missed a number of seasons due to injury. He's not a great athlete. He's a little bit undersized. I still think he has got a hitch in his giddy up, Ben, from when he missed that entire 2023 season with a leg injury at Indiana. And he was not nearly as quick this past season. But you go back to 2022 and what he did for Southern, there's some pass rush upside here with Lang.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble just because of that injury history. I think it was an ACL tear, and he just
Mhm.
did not look the same in 2024. But yeah, you look at that 2022 tape, and it suggests that if he's healthy, there's no reason he can't be a rotational edge piece with starter upside. I think you want him out there on like second 10 sort of situations. He's 239, 6'2". He's not the biggest guy in the world. I don't love him out there as a run stopper by any means. But yeah, if medical checks out, high upside edge with huge special teams potential, pro-ready motor, and a guy that can fight for defensive snaps without question. Because that, again, that first step, that surprising play strength that he's got for that size, I think really speaks to his ceiling, which I see as being really high.
You can always count on the Toronto Argonauts to take a center that they are higher on than everybody else, but who's just a damn good football player. And they do it again with Guelph center Ethan Pyle at 64th overall. Really undersized and doesn't have a good body for an undersized guy, Ben, but freakish athleticism for a lineman, great lateral quickness, just piston driving feet and knees through his blocks. You don't want him to go up against a nose tackle one-on-one with a bull rush, but there's so much quickness there. If you can get him in a pro strength training program, I think there's upside there with Pyle.
Yeah, and I wonder how much more his frame can hold. But the Argos aren't afraid. Like you said, with Daniel Shin last year, it was the
Mhm.
same kind of thing. They're not afraid. If they see something, and they clearly saw something in Pyle, this was a guy I still had on my board, but near the bottom, because I'm just concerned about that 284, 6'1", 284. He has intensity. He's got effort. There's no question about that. He struggles with balance, with hand usage, and up against better defensive linemen, against bigger defensive linemen in pass pro, he was usually the first to lose. And so I didn't like that. And I'm talking about when he was one-on-one. Now with
Mhm.
help, it's a whole different story. And certainly he's got the IQ. And I think maybe that's what the Argos see in him here, is that he's always doing the right thing. He was just overwhelmed at the point of attack. And so maybe if you can build up that strength a little bit, maybe there's enough to work with there. You see something in the way that he processes as being a future CFL player.
The Calgary Stampeders had 10 picks in this draft. I think the most of any team. They've made their last one at pick 65 in round 8 with Ashton Miller-Melicon from Queens. I love this guy, Ben. I know the athleticism is what it is, but he was an absolute pick machine in U Sports. Let me give you the numbers because they're jaw dropping. In 40 career games, he got his hands on 27 passes to bat them down, 16 interceptions. I watched him down at CGS against American competition, and he was the only player of any nationality with multiple picks over the 2 days there because he just has those natural instincts. You're worried about the speed, but I think he can overcome it, and Calgary's a great fit for him.
And it's funny you say that. Like the College Gridiron Showcase is where I thought some of his best film came from. Just seeing
Mhm.
him run through some of those one-on-one drills, like really clean footwork, reactive hips, just staying in phase throughout. I love that he could go up against pretty much any receiver type. Like we saw him line up against some really big body receivers, some guys that were more quick and fleet-footed, and he didn't seem to be overwhelmed by anybody. I think he's got a really good back pedal that helps.
Mhm.
He transitions well. So yeah, a really good pickup for this stage, but I think he's going to start at special teams. But again, we're in the stage of the draft where that's the perfect thing that you're looking for.
The Hamilton Tiger Cats have the next pick at 66 overall. I believe the draft has actually concluded, though you would not know it from the draft tracker. And the Ticats social media has not yet put out that selection. Um, it's been a wild ride thus far, Ben, with all the technical issues. So I appreciate all the viewers that have stuck with us as we scramble through this entire process. Um, and I appreciate you, Ben, for being flexible. This has been some tremendous teamwork, I think we've showed to be able to scratch this together.
Yeah, well, I try to do my best to do my talking while you are sifting through every social media platform available and trying to find out who was taken next. I think, for if this is to happen again at some point, we need a contingency plan for draft tracker breakdown. I need maybe my son in here, sifting through social media feeds on his iPad or something like that.
Well, clearly we need to launch our own draft tracker, and we just got to be on the call
Yeah.
because there's no other way to do this. This was an inexcusable technical lapse by the CFL on one of the most important days of their calendar. Unfortunately, it's something that we've seen happen all too frequently over the last number of years with technical issues. As soon as we get the 66th overall pick, I will get it to you.
Oh, I think I've got it here.
You've got it? There we go,
Darian
Ben.
Newell to Edmonton.
Nope.
No, I'm just joking.
Oh, that is something. Yes, that is a pick that was at the top of the draft breakdown for the longest time. We have moved past this at this stage.
Let's go through a couple guys that while we're waiting for that to update.
It come in, Ben, just
Okay.
as you said that.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it's a guy that I absolutely love at defensive tackle, but unfortunately is just really, really athletically limited. But Nate Marty out of Arkansas State moves so slowly off the ball, unfortunately, but he started his career at Princeton. And I don't know if that I've ever seen a defensive tackle that more exemplifies Ivy League intelligence than Nate Marty. I thought there was some moments where he was sniffing out misdirection and screens and even a fake punt on occasion that no other player had any clue what was going on except for Marty. The question is whether he can get there physically because he is just so athletically limited.
Yeah, I really liked watching him as well, and I think they're like what you say makes total sense to me too. He reminded me a little bit, without the same athleticism, but a little bit of the late Craig Rowe, who just seemed to know what was happening and sense what was coming, and despite the athletic limitations in Marty's case, was able to compensate for that with anticipation, and that's something that Craig Rowe flashed again and again. But he had more athletic upside, obviously, playing at Michigan and stuff too. But this is an interesting pick because we'll have to see if any of that football IQ can translate. But at 6 feet, 286, it's going to be tough to see. I just don't know if he's ever going to be able to develop that athleticism to be able to stick. But I think it's worth a gamble at this point.
At 67th overall, the BC Lions have made their last of 7 selections, and they go with Lucas Stoikos, the running back / fullback out of the University of Toronto. Just tremendous athletic upside with this kid. He's a shot putter. He is a track star. He comes from a long line of shot putters who were All-Americans at Georgia, competed in the Commonwealth Games, was a really effective kick returner for the Varsity Blues and has all that speed. Just doesn't see the field well as a running back and doesn't have the lateral agility, but super strong and low to the ground. I think a good fullback pickup for the Lions here in the final round.
I really like him as a personal protector on punt team. Like that's to me really shone on his film. Like he not only would keep your punter safe, but he was great at getting downfield. That's where that speed really paid off. And he seemed to be able to navigate in that kind of open space way better than he did as a ball carrier.
At pick 68, the Ottawa Redblacks wrap up their draft with cornerback King Ambers out of Texas, or East Texas A&M, formerly Texas A&M Commerce. I know there's always a bias against man coverage cornerbacks in the CFL draft, but we're talking about a guy who started for an FCS program and runs 4.5 with 34-inch arms to break up passes. I don't know how you don't bet on this guy's upsides sooner, especially with so many teams starting Canadian corners these days. This is a real steal for me down here in round 8.
Yeah, I had him a lot higher than this, and I know that I wasn't alone in that. You weren't alone in that. I think John Hodge and his 2.0 had him going in the fourth round,
Mm-mm.
and I think he belongs there. He's a real player, and like you say, he's a man coverage guy. Maybe people were sleeping on him for strength concerns. Play strength doesn't really show up as part of his game, but I like him a lot. I think this is tremendous value.
Yeah, maybe more flash than function in terms of his physicality, but I think you can teach those things to a guy with those sorts of traits. At pick number 69 in round 8, the Saskatchewan Roughriders go local and make your heart happy here with undersized Saskatchewan receiver Daniel Weeb. He's an absolute burner with his speed down the field, a lot thicker in his lower half than you'd expect for a guy of his size. He's able to bounce off some tackles. I know you liked him a lot, Ben.
Yeah, I really like him. And the knock against him is height, 5'8", almost 5'9". But yeah, at that size, 185, it's tough because you have to really project in terms of special teams usage. And unless you're seeing him as a starting wideout, which I don't think any teams really were coming into this draft,
Mm.
then it makes it difficult. But yeah, I love his guile. I love his effort. His route running is really clean and efficient. He stays tight through breaks. He's got a really good understanding of spacing. Like he knows his job in every concept. He knows when he's the guy running the for the love of the game route, just clearing out coverage, and what his job is at that point to create space underneath. But he'll run every route in the tree, and he has no fear. So all that combination, I like him as a guy that can grow into a starting receiver down the road. But it's always going to be tough for him at 5'8". It's just hard when you are an undersized player in pro football.
The Montreal Alouettes are up next at 70th overall. I do not have a pick in yet for them. Uh, when we're talking about Weeb, I had his teammate Rhett Vavra ahead of him in my rankings. I don't know if teams are scared off by the injuries last season. I know he doesn't have a pro frame. I'm surprised not to see Vavra get a late round shot. I was realistic with my evaluation of him. I didn't think he would go high or as high as I viewed him, but I'm surprised to see Weeb go at this stage and not have Vavra being called yet.
I had Weeb ahead of Vavra, but I had them both getting picked well before this. I like both of them, and I can see like with with Vavra, it was more the testing that flipped them for me because I actually gave him a higher film grade than I did
Mhm.
to Weeb, and so I was impressed with both guys. There's a few guys on my list here that I would be calling right away as soon as this draft is over to say, hey, you got to get in camp because everyone kind of missed on you.
Absolutely, there are. And the Montreal Alouettes have not yet announced their pick on social media. What are some other names, Ben, that maybe you're thinking? And oh, it's finally come in now. The Montreal Alouettes have taken Western linebacker Riley McLeod, 70th overall. I think there's two things holding this guy back to this stage in the draft. Not great long speed, ran over 5 seconds in the 40 at the combine. Also, he's too smart for his own good. He's got a very bright future in biotechnical engineering. I think there's probably concerns about him having a short career as a result of more money making abilities outside of football. But I thought he played on a hair trigger, Ben. He was so good coming downhill, reading run, super intelligent at that linebacker position. I had him ranked a lot higher than this.
Yeah, he's a two-time OUA All-Star, 236 tackles in 43 games. Like these are great production numbers. And he might not be that elite athlete by combine standards, but he plays fast. And it's those instincts that you talked about, his anticipation. He's in position before others arrive. And so I think it's got to be that career issue with him going into other things because he's going to be a multimillionaire probably in 5 years' time if he takes a different path because he is so smart and he's in a field where there is some demand. And at some point, the offers that he's going to get on the other side of things are maybe going to be too much to turn down. But I think that's why you take him at this stage, though. He is every bit an athlete of a third or fourth round sort of caliber. Yet, I think it's that prospect of him perhaps pursuing other disciplines down the road that maybe turn some teams off.
Well, at 71 overall, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have stumped me, Ben. They have a player who was not on my radar at all, so I've got nothing to provide on this particular prospect. It is Iwanasa Uwenbanwem. We talked about before the draft whether there's some pronunciations that we needed to work on. Maybe we should have talked about this guy. University of Alberta offensive lineman who goes with the second last pick in the draft. I don't know if you have any information on him. I certainly don't, but we will try and do a quick Google here in a second to get whatever we can on this particular guy.
Yeah, this is someone that I had scratched off long ago, I believe. And because I don't have any more notes active on him at all. And this is funny because we're at the second last pick in the draft, right?
Yes.
This is where I got hit last year. You made it all the way through with notes on everybody. I think it was the second last pick in last year's draft.
I got hit on the last one with Vincent DeLille. So this is
yeah, that's
back-to-back
right.
years that I've been stumped late.
The last couple picks.
I simply, 6'4", 290. I didn't have enough information on this guy to do an evaluation. Sometimes it's tough with offensive linemen because there isn't stats to see who you should be digging into. Looks like he only played one game last year based on the Alberta website. So perhaps there is an injury issue, and I should have been aware of him, but we'll have to do some digging on Mr. Awubanwem. And then with the final pick in this draft, it's 72nd overall, Mr. Irrelevant, Ben. It's your Toronto Argonauts who earned the right to pick last based on their Grey Cup championship win. And they select with the final pick a guy I know you would have taken a lot higher, but will probably not be available to them this year because of back-to-back ACL injuries. He's probably going to be playing for Guelph next year after transferring, but played prior to that with McMaster, Demetrius Masuka, the defensive back for the Marauders. This guy has everything you want in terms of size. It's just the injuries that have limited him.
Yeah, exactly. I really like this pick. And like you said, it's someone that's not going to be available immediately. Even with all that, with all those concerns, I had him at 22 on my board. I felt that strongly about him for down the road. Because to me, a futures pick of someone like this, yes, there's some ongoing injury concerns, of course. But I think, if you can get anything like what we saw from him the last time that he was healthy, I think this is really has the potential to turn into a guy at worst at 6'2", 200, and the kind of speed that he showed on film. I think there's some real potential here. He plays with confidence. He's got a physical presence too. He can play press man. He can play a little bit of everything on film. All of that stuff it stood out. But then, like you said, it's been that missed time. Can he recover in the way that we all hope he can? If he can, this is a steal of a pick for the Toronto Argonauts and another lottery ticket that I completely believe you should be taking at this stage of the draft.
Yeah, and just won't probably be available until September, right? So
at least, yeah.
I would have even thought that he could have fallen out of the draft as that result and be a fifth-year UDFA next year. I think the Argos are banking on holding his rights here with and sending him back to school. He would have gone much higher if there hadn't been that injury circumstance holding him back. We're done, Ben. We've survived this despite the technological mishaps and everything the CFL threw our way. We'll do some quick recapping here before I let you go. I know we've been on here long enough, but I just want to go down the list of the best players available at each position, at least according to our list, that didn't get drafted, and then get your reaction to some of those names. Arnaud Desjardins from Laval was not selected at quarterback. Ope Oshanubi out of Alberta, despite that tremendous combine performance, was not taken either. We didn't see Nathan Gerard Langlois go at fullback, who I know you were higher on than a lot of people. Rhett Vavra was our top receiver who was not taken, although we did not see Alec Iomaner's name selected, even though he was a fourth-round pick in the NFL draft instead of a day 2 pick. Teams did not bet on him. We also didn't see Raiden Thorne or Samuel Davenport or Kasim Ferdinand or Nicholas Adair or Avante McCoy. A lot of receivers that were in the mix left off here. At offensive line, Philip Depin from Concordia was not taken. Neither was Daniel Dove or Cody Newman. Brandon Davies Lyons from York, the two-way player, did not hear his name called. Neither did Chizanam Nasidam out of Wilfrid Laurier, who rose from the Invitational Combine. Perhaps one of the most shocking ones, Kalade Amusan from Windsor, was not selected. Neither was Aiden Bertuzzi or Liam Reed at defensive end. At linebacker, we saw very few get selected, but Ryan Collins, Daniel Flanagan, Chopper Hippie, or Harold Nissan, none of them heard their names called. And at defensive back, there was no Delani Robinson. There was no Malik Kote Azor or Romeo Nash, Jahari Hastings, Arnaud Laporte, Keegan Vanek, or Anasu Latmore. And then none of the specialists heard their name called, although that's not uncommon in the CFL draft. I know we just threw a bunch of names at you there, Ben, but is there somebody who stands out to you as an undrafted player that you jump on right now as a free agent, or who you're shocked was not taken?
Yeah, there's a few guys that there's no one I'm shocked was not taken. I think I would have taken Malik Kote Azor. I thought that he showed enough as an athlete. And playing with Laurier, like he was out there all the time. I think it's just the fact that at 181 with 7 bench reps, I think people maybe question his special teams ability. With size and strength issues, but he ran a 4.3 and he showed some real flashes of upside as a cover corner. So I think I think he, earned a camp invite at the very least, but I'm shocked he wasn't drafted. I would have taken him fairly early. Rhett Vavra, we both talked about already. I can't believe he wasn't drafted. After that, a few guys that I think I would have brought in as projects. Few offensive linemen, Felix Despin, Daniel Dove, I think are guys you want to try. Cody Newman too. Like all three of those guys, you want to see what they can do. That to me is a 7th round pick that you can maybe turn into something, because they each showed one area that was like, oh, okay, that's intriguing. And with guys of that size, you don't get that every day. So those are the guys that really stand out to me. Everyone else was, I think, lower than 60th on my board. And so it doesn't necessarily stand out as like a huge swing and a miss or anything like that. I wasn't surprised there weren't specialists taken. Last year we had, actually last couple of years, we've had a number of long snappers, kickers, punters on both of our boards. This year I didn't have a single specialist in my top 100. I just didn't feel like this was the year for it. And teams weren't really needing that. And you saw a little bit of that in the global draft earlier today.
Yeah, the name that I'll highlight among the undrafted list, and I thought I was lower on him than most, but clearly the league was even lower on him than me, was Kaladi Amason from Windsor. He's an older prospect. I think that's probably why he falls out. An American who played at a number of schools before he ended up with the Lancers and eventually graduated from that school to qualify for American status, but really polished in his game as a veteran. And I thought somebody would take him late, knowing that he could step in. Perhaps with some of his athletic testing, it's the concerns over whether he can contribute on special teams, because he's a little bit undersized as an end and not particularly fast. But I certainly thought that he was going to get picked at some point in this draft.
Yeah, I like him too, and I had him with a draftable grade. To me, what stood out though was his get off was just a little bit too average. And once you combine that with not really being sure with what to do with him on special teams, maybe that's why he fell. But I would be stunned if he's not at the very least in a camp somewhere in a couple weeks' time.
I'm not going to go draft class by draft class because I don't think we have the technology to pull it off effectively. But before we wrap up, I'd like to get your thoughts on what your favorite pick of the draft was, where you thought the most value was, and who, just on first blush impressions, you thought had the best total draft class.
I think I have to go. I still think, and I feel like this is a cop out because I said this in round one, but I think Winnipeg had an excellent draft. I think they got such good value at every pick. You look at where they were able to pick up Shea, for example, the
Mhm.
fact that they probably weren't even thinking they were going to get him, and they add Smith to that mix, really improving that room. I thought Elgersma was a really nice pick that they made and got in a really good place. That's a perfect pick for them. Ethan Ball, I think, is a nice pick for them, especially where they got him too. And so just those guys alone, but then you add guys like Viber, like this is a good draft. Lang in there too. These are all guys that they picked higher than I had them graded, or sorry, they picked lower than I had them graded. So in terms of value, I probably will give it to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
I think the Bombers had an excellent draft. I'm not necessarily going to give it to them because they picked the guy that we didn't know. So I got to punish them a little bit,
I
Ben,
know.
here. I can't just hand it to them. But I loved what they did rebuilding that linebacker core. I really like the Saskatchewan Roughriders draft, and I may be accused of pandering to Rider Nation, but I know Ali Sad was higher than most people expected. I really liked him. I think he's going to contribute. They needed a corner. They got one late in getting a guy. Seth Hundeby is going to be a stud, not this year, but in the coming years. Hoskins is going to help on special teams. I think Eric Anderson is the best, or is going to be one of their top offensive linemen in the future. And then you get Curtis Rourke as a futures pick. Can you imagine a Canadian quarterback in Saskatchewan? If that works out, what that would do for the CFL and for that organization, I think it would be absolutely tremendous. It's exactly what you want to see. And I thought they really hit the nail on the head with all of their picks in that respect. And then I'm going to give some love to the Edmonton Elks because I think Darian Newell, where they got him, tremendous value. Silas Hubert, I think, can develop into something real. They're two offensive linemen, very athletic. I like the Flyers on them. But Skylar Griffith and Isaiah Knight are two guys who I think can play long-term in the CFL out of UBC. I love those selections, and I got to give them credit for backing me up on the Skylar Griffith love because I was getting a lot of flack in the group chat from John Hodge, and I'm going to give him a lot of flack back as soon as we get off the air.
Yeah, and I think I got to thank Calgary for basically coming through with a lot of my guys, a lot of my draft crushes that nobody else was with me on. And Quincy Vaughn, I think, ended up in Calgary, right? And so, yeah, a couple of Von Muldorfer, another guy that ended up in Calgary. So shout out to the Calgary Stampeders for making me look smart a couple times tonight.
Is there a pick in the later rounds that stands out to you, Ben? I know it's hard to see without it in front of us, and the draft tracker appears to have crashed yet again as I try to bring up what was on it previously, but somebody who you thought was just crazy value where they were selected. I think King Ambers is one that stands out to me. Was there one that stood out to you?
For me, it was the guy I just mentioned, Max von Muldorfer. I know not everyone had him this high. He wasn't a guy that appeared on the Canadian Scouting Bureau's radar at any point, but just seeing his potential, what he could do in those one-on-ones, in those inside run reps at the combine, it impressed me so much. And what he showed, even in those short few days, to me was worth a lot. I had him in my top 20, and I think I'm probably one of the only people in the country that did, but he shone so brightly on those few days that I just thought, yeah, you got to get this guy on your team and see what he can do. It was engine related. A guy with that size, 6 feet, almost 300 pounds, 34 bench reps, to have that kind of burst and that kind of drive, that just, he looked like every bit a CFL player at the combine. And so I was willing to take a top 20 pick on him. Calgary got a steal whenever it was they got him because the draft tracker is down and I can't see right now.
Ethan Jordan is another one that I think
Yeah,
needs to be highlighted.
yeah.
To me, the Ottawa Redblacks really got better at Canadian receiver, right? They needed to get a couple, and they got two of the best ones available in Keelan White and Ethan Jordan. I was lower on Nick Mardner last year. Honestly, I would be happy with a starting Canadian duo of White and Jordan. I think those guys are both lethal players, and they will turn into something down the road for the Redblacks. Not the same build as what they had in Mardner, but I think they could start two Canadian receivers now with those two guys able to switch back and forth depending on injury.
Yeah, all three of those guys are different, right? Isn't that
Mhm.
exciting? Like the idea that you've got this sort of Swiss Army knife of options at your disposal. If you're the Ottawa Redblacks, you can put out the extremely tall guy, you can put out the sort of all-round receiver body type, or you can put around your shifty fast guy, and whatever the matchup dictates. I think that's pretty cool.
We'll wrap it up there, Ben. But as I always like to say before we log off, we've said a lot of things about the prospects today. A lot of it positive, some negative. There's been some critiques, some picks that we didn't like. Ultimately, what's going to matter for all of these guys is what they do next, right? What you do when you get to a training camp is going to determine the type of career you have. We've seen fallers that have restored their stock with their careers. We've seen late round flyers become stars in this league. So if you're listening to this and you don't think you got the love that you deserve, go out there and prove it on the field, because we'll be the first ones to champion you when you're making plays at the CFL level. And we want to highlight all the tremendous Canadian talent that went today. All 72 of these guys have worked their entire lives to get to this moment. So congratulations to them.
Absolutely, that's really well said, and I just want to second that and say that yeah, we've go prove us wrong, because many people have before you. That's the thing. We do our best with this, but this is not an exact science, and even the best draft gurus in the world will miss. And so, if you feel we missed on you, maybe you're right. Go prove it.
Well, thank you all for joining us for our 2025 CFL Draft Spectacular. Tune in tomorrow for the 3L Nation podcast, where we'll break all this down again, or at least I will. For Ben Grant, I'm JC Abbott. Have a great night, guys.